do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my
Here
gosh.
we go.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
What?
Don't be creepy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Could you jump up?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Right now.
Don't even play.
A what now?
Consequences. So hot right now.
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
Phrasing.
Cal?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Your name, please?
Fucking bitch.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Immediately, if not sooner. They stop Zuckerbucks. Illegal.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I see that you know your judo well.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Consequences.
That's hot.
Oh,
Never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Come on!
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I got boxes full of Pepe! He looks good. He looks good. And he looks fine.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You read of the Second Amendment?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch. A fucking bitch. How rude.
It's a great day. Not for being sad.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks on this here Saturnday. Spatially, Saturnday is one of the best days. Write that down. But we can't tarry about talking about day names. We must trudge forward into the abyss. Got a lot to talk about here, chat, so better get right to it. Buckle up, seatbelt, space fams. Try that. Buckle up those seatbelt, space fams. We have got a journey to take. Sometimes words are tough. Whoops, what have I done? Ah, there we go. Yes, I see all of you here. Let's see if I can get these shout-outs done. Donald Duck, Mozart, and Bo and Noah, first, second, third in the YouTube chat. We got Aaron W, runner-up, Dirk Gently, Germ, Morbius Dragon, PB. Who else do I see? Bob Carmody. And Sasha G. Wow, unintentional rhymes. How fun is that? Ah, some free poetry for you this evening. Alright, shoutouts done. Time to get to the news. Donald James X also present. Good. Good to see you. Alright. Where will we start first? So many questions, only one answer. The United States. Apparently, a controversial new video game has just been released. Let's look at the story here from CBS Miami. And we have no sound. It's a good start.
New at 5, 6 years after losing their son in the Parkland massacre, Joaquin Oliver's parents are sending another controversial message. They have created a new video game, and to win, you must survive a school shooting. CBS News' Minus Chelsea Jones is in the newsroom with exactly how it works. Chelsea.
Well, Jim, it's called the final exam, and the purpose is for students to see the harsh reality of school shootings and then hopefully create real change to help prevent them. And I do want to warn you.
The irony of the title of that that video game that we're talking about here is the fact that, you know, kids should probably be focused on those final exams, as it's so titled, rather than, I don't know, surviving the school day.
Home that some of these images of the game may be hard to watch. Now I want to show you, this is what gamers will see when they're playing. They will find
Jesus Christ
in books, boards, and maps about school shootings in our country.
You know what this calls for? Where is it?
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it.
Also show 5 different pieces of legislation that could prevent future tragedies. Those include the assault weapons ban, secure storage, also known as Ethan's Law, the banning of high-capacity magazines, universal background checks, and raising the minimum age to purchase a weapon. Manuel Oliver, who lost his son Joaquin, did help create this game.
Well, do you know what's edgy and provocative? The fact that we haven't seen any progress when it comes to gun violence since the last 7 years. We need young Americans to be aware of what's going on and to understand.
Oops, that was the wrong one.
There's a whole complexity of law language behind these bills. And
how are we here, though? Like, how is... He's great point. I mean, Parkland... I mean, any of these shootings... They don't seem to really tick the... I want to say box, but really doesn't tick the meter at all, seemingly, with most Americans. They just seem to allow this stuff to sort of glaze over them, sort of breeze by them as if it's normal. But it's not normal in other places.
one of the things that the game is doing is that make it that very comprehensible, very easy to understand, and also to understand the fact that bringing these bills will prevent a lot of these tragedies.
Now, if a player does collect all 5 bills, they will essentially win or survive the game. Now, this game includes...
This is such a grim fucking game. Like, good God. Can you survive the day as a high schooler? No, don't worry about bullies or hormones. Just guns and bullets.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Now, I tried to find this video game. Like, I went out and tried to figure out where it was available. Unfortunately, I have not yet been able to track it down. Because I was going to try and play it on stream.
The new video game is really causing some controversy. In order to win, you must survive a school shooting. It was created by Joaquin Oliver's parents. They lost their son 6 years ago in the Parkland School massacre. CBS News Miami's Chelsea Jones is in the newsroom with reaction to this very controversial game.
This is a game that has the sights and sounds of a school shooting, including the gunfire. It's called The Final Exam, and it's filled with educational items, too, in hopes to create long-term change. But the images can be hard to watch, and not everyone is...
Okay, alright, that's good enough. I think we've seen enough here. Maybe we'll be able to watch / play the game later. I don't know. Just gonna try and I'm gonna try and figure that one out, but all the information I could find on it was that it was supposedly on Steam, available on Friday, which I believe is yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't see it. So maybe they meant next Friday. I don't fucking know. Either way, I'll keep you posted on that. See if we can't find that at some point. Now, let's look at one school system's apparent attempt at deterring gun violence at schools. Here's 6 ABC's Philadelphia from 19 hours ago in Upper Darby.
Students in the Upper Darby School District could see weapons detection systems in the future. District leaders will hear a proposal about those systems next week. Action News reporter Brianna Smith is right there at the Upper Darby High School with the latest on what we know about this. Brianna.
Gray, more than 4,000 high school students walk through those doors, and protection is the top priority. The superintendent proposed the weapons detection system in the past, but it was denied. But he says this time around, school board members want him to present the idea again, and he hopes this time it sticks.
It's unfortunate we're having to have these conversations, but here in the school district, we're going to review the best safety measures that we can.
Upper Darby School District Superintendent Dr. Daniel McGarry believes this is one solution, installing a weapons detection system by Evolve Technology in the middle and high schools.
Jesus Christ. You know, I feel like our society does practically everything that it can. It literally does somersaults and backflips over itself to do everything it can to solve the actual guns themselves. What can we do aside from dealing with the existence of all these guns that will solve the violence? Come on, think, people. Ah, yes, that's right. You're in Philadelphia. Good point.
It's not a metal detector. It's different. It's not really looking just for metal. It has artificial intelligence looking for the shape and what looks like a weapon.
Evolve says the technology is used at schools, stadiums, hospitals, and more worldwide. The company also shows it can screen up to 1,000 students in 15 minutes for a dual-lane system.
Am I worried about safety and security? Sure. I mean, every single day we get an alert. I think it's probably been, knock on wood, the first time in a 24-hour span where we have not had something that were investigated.
Jesus Christ. Only boop an odd number of times. That is correct. That is a public service announcement from Bob. Only boop an odd number of times. If you boop an even number of times, we got a problem. It's the wrong number of boops. No matter how many even number of times. 2? 2,000? Still, too many. It's just the wrong number. Alright, let's start talking politics. Let's get right to the politics. And we've got a pretty hefty amount of American politics to talk today, not gonna lie. Oh god, wait. What's happening here? Hold on, I'm sorry. I have to refresh my window. I'm missing a particular video, which is not cool. You booped? Everybody should boop. How many boops do we have right now? I haven't even looked at the boop count. For whatever reason, my boop meter does not doesn't tell me. I always need you all to tell me how many boops we have. Sorry to say, but it's really, in this particular case, I mean, I guess it's my responsibility, but I'm not doing a good job of monitoring the boops. 27 boops. That's a lot of boops. That's more boops than we've been streaming. Minutes. That's more boops than minutes. Crazy. Alright, what was I saying? Yes, politics. Here we go. Let's start with this. This was Tim Walz at a rally in Pennsylvania? I think this is Pennsylvania. He did a couple stops in the state.
Whoa! Well, hello, Pennsylvania. I'm starting to feel like a neighbor from Sheetz to Wawa and everywhere in between. So, thank you. To Kimberly, can we all agree? This generation of kids that's coming, just let them lead and we'll be fine. We'll be fine. And you guys back here know you're on TV all the time, right?
He's so
great. Big thank you, guys.
He's got that, you know, teacher, like, I can deal with an entire crowd of people sort of vibe all the time. He's like, now all of you 100 people back here, you know what you're supposed to be doing right now, right? That's right. Okay. Sure.
Chance to meet the mayor of this great community. Thank you, Mayor Reynolds. And I'll tell you what else we have to do. To all the things we're going to talk about building a fair, a way forward, an opportunity economy, President Harris is going to need to have the House of Representatives. Send Congresswoman Wild back to the House of Representatives. Get her back. All right, I have to tell you.
Get her
somebody
back.
said, well, what's it been like the last 6 weeks? Pretty strange, pretty strange. Not weird, just pretty strange. So a little different. So, but if it weren't enough to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, if that weren't enough, I'm here with Anthony and Liza today.
I don't know who those people are.
No old white guy could ask for more. Trust me, so. Yeah. I also, so all of you know, I'm always out there, you know, spotting talent and stuff. Can we all agree there's a second career for Liza and Anthony here at some point? And, yeah, they're great at what they do, but that
Who
type
are
of
all
passion,
these people?
That type of vision, incredible. So all of you, you know, Minnesota and Pennsylvania do have a lot in common. but I am quick to point out Super Bowl rings are not one of them. So, hey.
He's such a regular guy.
Vikings are 2-0. Give me this moment. Give me this moment. So, but look, these two states do share a lot of history.
I love how he's in Pennsylvania talking about the Vikings right now. He's got this sort of I don't give a fuck attitude that I really like. I don't know why.
It's the history about building this country. American steelworkers have long been a path to our economic strength and our arsenal of democracy. Steelworkers have always had American.
Like, you know what I mean? Where he's got like that sort of like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say what I'm thinking right now. Like, I don't care if it's gonna cause a stir. But instead of like a Trump sort of version of that, it's like a very like, I'm gonna tell you about how kids deserve lunches and how I like the Minnesota Vikings. I don't care if you care. It's the right thing to do.
Back, Vice President Harris and I.
The second one's debatable.
Back. Here's the connections. Here's the connections, people. I'm a geography teacher for 20 years. By the way, thank you to the folks at Freedom High School for having us right here. Northern Minnesota has some of the richest iron mine deposits in the world. That iron from the northern Minnesota Iron Range fueled the steel mills here right in the Lehigh Valley.
I feel like that's a great point. It's a barbecue jet vibe. I feel like I was thinking a very similar thing. I was like, I feel like if you gave Tim Walz a beer, you sat him down at a bar, he would be saying the exact same fucking things. It would just probably be a slightly different tone.
Together, it was our people that built the tanks that won World War II and freed the world from Nazi oppression. And I don't know if you noticed that Nazi tyranny. We got folks running as Republicans for governor that are proud to refer themselves as Nazis.
Illegal.
Let's not pretend that there's a gradual difference between the folks that are running here. That they're running together. Across this country, we forged the bridges, we built the highways, we built the skyscrapers, and we are still
They didn't even let him finish. They just started cheering. He's like, fuck it. I guess that was enough. Once again. I think it's, is sort of a refreshing pick from Democrats, I'll be honest. There's a lot of worse options. And it would seem that they made the right choice here. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. I forgot we're in the office now. We're not just using the old console over there. We're in the fancy office. Thanks to all of you viewers. Thanks to viewers like you. Now, let's go here. Just figured we'd look at this real quick moment. The thing is we've had a lot of politicians over the years who aren't very relatable. A lot of them are incredibly wealthy and connected and sort of disconnected from the the regular American, if you will. Let's see how Tim Walz does here at the America on Wheels Museum in Allentown, Pennsylvania, talking cars.
I fixed vacuum, that actuator on the cruise control on Old 79. That rubber wears out, it leaks because everything's vacuum. Yeah. You know, you're chasing those vacuum leaks. That's right. But I fixed it. I'm so happy about it. So did you volunteer at the museum as well as volunteers? Wow.
He's just so normal. I feel like if you took him out of the suit and you just put like like a blue work shirt on him, stuck him in a garage, he would blend right in. He would blend right the fuck in. It's incredible.
Nice to meet you. What a nice place to be able to work. Holy smokes. Let's get a picture. Nice to meet you. What an incredible place to work. Hi, nice to meet you.
Seems like everybody wants to meet him too. Like nobody is like turning down the handshake from him. They're all like, "Yeah, let me get a Tim Walz handshake. Let me get in there."
Yeah. It's true.
Okay. Okay. Did I hear about Vance's rented dog? Get the fuck out. He didn't rent a dog. Did he actually rent a dog? Get the fuck out. That is one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard. Now I have to look that up. Hold on. Hold on. We're also about to talk about Mr. Vance. But this is... I need information on this. I need to know. Nothing comes up when I search rented, so... Let's see. Wait. Oh my god. What is this? Okay. I'm not seeing any reputable people talking this yet, but there's apparently a transcript here on showbiz411.com. Whether or not that can be even slightly trusted, who's to say? But it says here, this is, apparently according to them, J.D. Vance told Tucker Carlson in an interview 2 days ago that the Trump campaign gave him a rented dog. Or quote-unquote, a rent-a-dog. Carlson said, "That's weird. You're weird." Carlson, who's already weird, couldn't believe it. Okay, that's clearly fake news, but it's hilarious. Oh my god. Thank you for that. That was worth a chuckle. That was worth it. Alright, let's go to here. Talk about J.D. Vance. He was trying to win over voters in, where was this? I can't remember where this was. Whatever. Let's go here. I think this was, yesterday? No, this was earlier
Josh Berry,
today.
WXMI Fox 17. Each one of the candidates at the top of the 2 tickets have made their way to West Michigan. We're going to see you all likely again before the election. Having talked to people at both of these rallies, I'm wondering, do you gauge support based on these competing rallies in this area? And do you see a disconnect as the candidate between supporters who would go to a Tim Walz rally at a museum in downtown Grand Rapids versus supporters here at a rally for you in a barn in rural Sparta?
Well, no, I don't see a disconnect. I think...
I love how these people are booing. I genuinely don't think they know what they're booing, because he's just asking like a very bland question. But they're all like... And then once like a couple people start booing, everybody's like, "Yeah, that's bad. Why are you asking him to compare himself to things?"
There's nothing wrong with having a rally in a barn, right?
I don't think that's what he was suggesting even, but okay.
But look, there's nothing wrong with having a rally in a museum. And if you look at what we've been doing You know, I've been to downtown Grand Rapids, I think twice now in this campaign, just in the last few weeks. And we've been in rural parts of Michigan. We've been in urban parts of Michigan, suburban parts. We're going to go everywhere because I think
all of the
try to earn
parts,
every person's
urban,
vote.
suburban,
That's how Donald Trump and I think about this race.
Turbin, Michigan.
Now, look, there's, you know, I'm a realist about politics. Any campaign, there's two things you're trying to do.
You drank some bourbon. Thank you, E-Rock got in there just as I said it. Hilarious. Well played. Well played.
You're trying to persuade swing voters, right? People who haven't yet decided. And my argument to swing voters is simple. You've got two very different records. Donald Trump's record was peace and prosperity. No wars, lower inflation, rising wages, and Kamala Harris has been chaos all over the world. She can't answer a single question without sounding like a whatever. And she's had policies that have made it impossible for people to afford housing and food in the country that all of us love. So the records are totally different. That's my argument to swing voters. My argument to voters who are...
Hey, hold on. There's a part in here that I'm trying to hear in particular. Not all this is very important. Most of what he says is
ultimately
important.
going to win this race. Now think about this. I've seen this play out in every race that I've ever been involved in, where I've got
How many
friends of
races
mine
have
who
you
are
been
running.
involved in?
It's like you take 100 people.
2?
And 95 of them, 100 people are going to vote for Donald Trump, or 100 people who are going to vote for, you know, whatever candidate that I think they should vote for. 95 of them eventually do it. And then 5 of them wait until Election Day, and then what happens? Well, you know, mom gets sick, so you got to go and take her to the hospital.
Oh,
Or
no.
the kid, you got to go pick him up from school. Or maybe some...
Does J.D. Vance want to make voting day a holiday, a national holiday? That'd be interesting.
comes up at work unexpected and you're there too late and you don't get an opportunity to make your voice heard. We've got to take advantage of every single thing that we have. And I know Pete Hoekstra...
This kid has no idea what's happening. This like 9-year-old boy here in the back with the hunting hat on and the Trump sign that probably made himself, I'm sure. Just kidding. Yeah. Looking very... is sort of zoned out. Doesn't seem fully interested in this. In fact, there seems like a lot of young children here who I question whether or not they can vote. This kid, can this kid vote? This guy? Come on. These kids are like juniors in high school or something.
Talk about this, has talked about this. We have got to get out there and make our voices heard. Now, I'll tell you, a Senate colleague, one of my favorite lines from any other political figure is he'll go in front of audiences and say, look, I want every single one of you to get out there and vote 10 times. And people get kind of uncomfortable. You know, they sit and sort of shuffle their chairs a little bit. They laugh a little bit. Well, we're Republicans. We don't vote 10 times. We only vote once. Well, here's the way to legally vote 10 times. Take yourself to the polls, but take 9 other people to the polls too.
Ah, carpooling. Interesting. All right, well, there you hear it. J.D. Vance wants people to carpool to the old polls. Interesting plan. They're busing them in. They're busing the children into these fucking rallies somehow. Alright, let's go to this real quickly. Here's CNN from 15 hours ago. Trump's growing entourage. A liability or an asset? Let's find out. I think we all know the answer to that question.
The most dangerous thing about Trump, to me, is he is a deeply unserious person who seeks the most serious office in the entire world. And that means that you have to look at things and take things on with a degree of there's some empathy there. You have to think beyond yourself. You have to think for other people, and he doesn't have the capability to do that.
Yeah, but Van, what responsibility do the people of North Carolina have for voting for someone like Mark Robinson? I mean, I don't know if you can put all of that on Trump. I mean, people do have some level of autonomy to decide, I'm going to vote for someone who's a disgrace, or I'm going to vote for someone with values and standards.
Well,
and some people clearly chose to vote for Robinson.
That gets us back to the divide in our country, right? I think that gets us back to what we're asking ourselves. We're asking ourselves if we can actually depend on half of the country as Americans to actually put country and democracy and things like that first, and not just the whims of one guy.
And both of those things can be true at the same time.
No, absolutely.
I mean, voters.
Is that Shermichael on the left? You know, it might. I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question I don't have an answer to. You know, we're gonna skip this one. I just remembered what this is. I meant to take this off the list because it just turns it. The premise of the video is good. It devolves into just unmitigated CNN arguing, and we don't have time for that today.
Too much, man!
Alright, let's go to this other CNN clip. Harry Enton's got more polls for us, of course. More polls. And we must oblige the polls.
"47 days until November 5th, Election Day, and new polling out today points to an overarching theme. The race for the White House will likely be one of the tightest contests in modern American history, with Harris and Trump deadlocked across several battleground states. In Pennsylvania, the state that could determine the election, a new CNN poll of polls shows the two candidates in a dead heat race with no clear leader. Let's turn now to CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton for a deeper dive on all of this. Harry, obviously the race on a razor's edge, and this new polling out of Pennsylvania, this new analysis, there's a lot to decipher there.
Oh, there's so much to decipher, Boris. I mean, I woke up at 4:30 this morning looking at all the polling data. I got no sleep. I was deep down in the spreadsheets. And here's the reason why. Look at this. We have gotten a bevy, a slew, a buffet of polling, whatever way you want to put it. Harris in Trump in Pennsylvania. This is the margin. Quinnipiac, you got 5 for Harris. How about the New York Times? You got 4 for Harris. Franklin and Marshall, 3. You notice we're coming down the line. Trump's doing a little bit better. How about the Washington Post? Just a 1-point lead for Harris, well within the margin of error. And Marist College, a tie.
Oh no. Wow. That could be bad. Now, it's just Pennsylvania, and I would point out that all 5 of these polls have her either tied or winning by 5 points, which means she's net above tied, right? She's net winning, right? She's net positive in Pennsylvania, which we've seen. We've been looking at this race in Pennsylvania for a while now.
So the bottom line is, looking at this data, you see perhaps a slight lead for Harris, but then you work your way all the way back to your right side of the screen, and you get a tie. As you put it, my dear friend, very tight in the Keystone State.
You want to outlaw it? You want to outlaw cowboy hats in public? You know, I'm on, unless it's for a party, like a costume of some sort, like Halloween. Which is, yeah, I think I'm on board with that. I would amend it to one other thing. If you are actively riding a horse, you may also be wearing a cowboy hat, or at like a rodeo, right? Those are your 2 loopholes on this rule, okay? Actively riding a horse or at a rodeo. Otherwise, you're right. We've had enough. That's enough cowboy hats, thank you.
And how about this new fresh Michigan and Wisconsin polling that's come out over the last day?
Yeah, all right. So I gave you 5 polls here. That's a lot of numbers to digest. So let's kind of dive in. We're going to look at Michigan, we're going to look at Wisconsin, and we're going to look at Pennsylvania, and we're going to basically close it in on an average, right? Take it all together, package it up, nice bow on the top of it to make it easy. So this is the Great Lake battleground states. Michigan, +2 for Harris. Pennsylvania, you mentioned at the top, +2 for Harris. How about Wisconsin? +2 for Harris on average. The bottom line is, Boris, in these battleground states, it is so tight, no clear leader. Now, what does this mean for the electoral map? Because I think that is so important. You look at this and you say, okay, these numbers, what do these exactly mean? Let's talk about the race to 270 electoral votes, all right? Now, what I'm going to do in this situation is I'm going to say that the polling averages are right on. Now, they could be off by a little bit, and Trump could benefit from that and win with those polling averages the way they are. But let's just say the polling averages are right on. So we'll give Kamala Harris Wisconsin. We'll give her Michigan, and of course we'll give her what I think is the most important state in this election, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you give Kamala Harris all 3 of these states, even if she loses in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, here's the key number. In the race to 270, she would get to exactly 270 electoral votes. But if you just took one of these states away, Boris, she would fall below that margin. So that is why you led this off by saying it is the closest race in a generation. It has been that way nationally. And when you look at these battleground states, there's no other way to describe it, my dear friend, than too close to call.
There is also the possibility, Harry, with these razor-thin margins, that if she somehow loses that congressional district in Nebraska, that the one in Omaha, that one electoral vote, we could be thrust into a tie, and then it's up to the House of Representatives.
Yeah, he's totally right about that, which would be bonkers. It could happen. But fact is, this map is not including her winning either Nevada or Arizona, North Carolina or Georgia, states where in the last couple weeks Kamala Harris has had an edge at one point or another. Now that has fluctuated throughout this time, but especially in Nevada and Arizona, she's seemingly had more and more of a chance, and Georgia has been looking better and better. But let's get deeper into the weeds on this. Now, of course, that isn't just let's say what they're saying there, in fact, does happen, and that somehow it was a 269 to 269 tie. It was given to the House of Representatives. I gotta say, if the House of Representatives were, even though it's a Republican House right now, to give the election to Donald Trump, who is essentially projected to get less votes, right? While there is, of course, a shot for him to win the election regardless of him getting less votes, if the House were to give away the election to Donald Trump, it would be an incredibly undemocratic move from that. We would, I don't know, what would we even have at that time? Anybody? That would be, in my mind, pretty problematic. All right, let's go 538. Look at some of these polls real quick, since they're so good at aggregating all this for us. Kornacki has the biggest iPhone the world has ever seen. Is that true? I'd never seen his iPhone. All right, let's to the polls. Who's ahead? In the national polls right now, it would appear Kamala Harris is ahead, 2.8 points. She was ahead 2.5 points back about 11 days ago at the time of the debate, which is essentially, I think, what we have been using, although we should look at all the data, because really, you go back here, Harris was tied with Trump back here on August 1st. while Kennedy was still in the race. And yet she's actually gained ground since he's dropped out. Because you see here, actually maybe not. She hasn't gained ground. No, Trump is actually, I take that back. She's gained ground since Kennedy was still in the race, but she's actually lost ground technically. In terms of the gap between her and Trump, her vote share has increased to 48%, but where was it? Yeah. But she actually was up on Trump by 1% more nationally before he got out of the race. You got to assume that at least some part of that had to do with him dropping out and endorsing Donald Trump. All right, let's look at the state polls. Start in Arizona. Ooh, still incredibly tight. Donald Trump still leading by 0.6 here in Arizona, but as you can see, it's genuinely changed, right? So back here, so August 1st, right, Kennedy is still in the race. Donald Trump was up 2.5 points, 45.9 to 43.5. Now, I mean, 2 days ago, it was tied. I mean, that is wild. This has really changed. I mean, obviously, it did tied up back here, too. I mean, it's been getting close, just so close in Arizona right now. It is really hard to say what way this is going to go there. Which is why I say them automatically giving in these sorts of projections, I think, is... maybe it's not unfair, but it's not painting the whole picture, right? So right now, Kamala's up by nearly a percentage point here in Nevada, 0.7 among all the polls. As you can see, both candidates have gained share of the vote since Kennedy dropped out with his 5.5 points. Back here in August, doesn't go back further. Why doesn't it go back further? Either way, back here it was only a 0.5 point margin. Up here, it's, still basically a 0.5 point margin. Depends on which way you want to round. So it's still a very tight race. But it would seem people are starting to make their decisions, right? Back here, you got people, we got 88% of the vote going to Harris and Trump at this point. Now we're talking about 94? You just watched Civil War. That was such an incredibly disappointing movie, at least me personally. What did you think? But not, oh God. I also watched that. Like a few months ago, I want to say. Around the time it came out, slightly after. What was I doing? Oh, right, the polls. Where are we? All right, let's go over here to Georgia. Georgia, it looks like Trump has regained some ground since the debate. Where's the debate? Here's the debate. Trump was up 0.8 back here. Now he's up a full point. Although, just a couple of days ago, he had faltered quite greatly in at least some polls. So some poll must have come out around here, suggesting Trump not doing as well as the rest of the polls. As you can see, even in Georgia, at least for the last month and a half, really the margin between Trump and Harris has not been beyond 1 percentage point. In fact, well, all right, the closest is like, all right, 1.2, but I'm not counting that. All right, let's go here. To... am I missing Michigan? All right, let's go to Michigan. Michigan. Now, Kamala Harris seems to be continuing to solidify her lead here in Michigan, 2.7 points ahead of Donald Trump right now, with nearly 50% of the vote. Back here in July, in the end of July, Trump was up You know, Donald Trump was up 1% in Michigan. So she's reversed those numbers by nearly 4 points, which should be pretty indicative of what's probably going to happen here in Michigan, you would think, unless something drastic were to happen in the next 2 months. Not even 2 months. 50 days, I think, is now where we're at. What else do we need to look at? Oh, we should look at North Carolina, too. Alright, so right now, Harris is up by 1.4. Now, after the debate, she got all the way up to 1.9 at one point, just on average, the 18th there. As you can see back here on the day of the debate, she was only up a 0.5 percentage point, so 1.5 is an increase for sure. It's a 200% increase technically. So that's definitely showing that her debate performance helped her a little bit, although she has been up further at some points during this race. But if you look all the way back here to the beginning of August, she was only up 0.1 points. So she has been making slow but determined sort of gains here, it would seem. Skipped over North Carolina. Let's go back down here. This is a dead tie right now. Look at this. 0.2 between Trump and Harris. At one point, 2 days ago, Harris was in the lead. Wow. Actually, multiple times since the debate has happened, it's either broken even or she's gone in the lead. Back here, in early August, Trump was up 1 point. But it's like these states that we keep talking about potentially, like sort of just giving to the Republicans, like we see Harry doing on these electoral maps, are not they are not set in stone for Donald Trump in any way. Now, things in Wisconsin have, for whatever reason, gone slightly awry for Kamala Harris, as she's lost a whole point over the last few days, seemingly. Back here on the 10th, she was up 2.4 points, and is now only 1.7 points, but had climbed at least for the week after it. So there's something must have happened in Wisconsin. Maybe the thing that comes to mind is like an ad buy from the Trump campaign, perhaps. But that's just pure speculation. Okay, I think that's all we really need to do on polls. Hold on, I need to hydrate myself. Ooh, Lady Badash followed on Twitch. I just noticed that. How did I not notice that before? Well, welcome to the Twitch side of the Galactic Stream Nation. Oh my god. Chat paused due to scroll. Boo. At least I'm on live chat on YouTube. Alright, now let's go to a different outdoor Trump rally in North Carolina. This was from earlier today. Actually, I'm sorry. I have these in the wrong order. Let's see Donald Trump here. Here's him arriving on Trump Force One. If you didn't know, that's the name of his it's the name of his fucking plane now, apparently. Trump Force One. It's better than the regular one. We've got free Trump steaks. Everybody's got a complimentary pair of Trump shoes to wear around the plane. Can't take them with you. I like those headphones on the planes. Yeah, here's him arriving on his plane. Everybody looks very excited. I can see them from the window. These are my people.
This happened, and we all saw what happened.
So yeah, this is Donald Trump decided to turn his rallies into, I guess, like a react stream. I don't know if he was like restreaming this on Kick or something, but maybe Aiden Ross got him in there.
This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster yesterday and at every other
I'm sorry. We all saw what happened. It happened. People saw it happening. I said that happened, and people are like, "Why is that happening?" I don't know, but it happens.
This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster yesterday and at every other interview. She's been just a free fall. I don't know what the hell's going on. She can't do an interview. She doesn't want to do them. Something's wrong. Let's just take a look. Let me just see. We have a little video. You know, we spend all the money on these screens. We want to use them a little bit. Let's play it just for a second. Thank you.
Spend all this money. Might as well make this content happen.
Kamala word of the day is clearly story.
Sorry, wait.
Thank you.
The Kamala word of the day is clearly story.
It is your story and the story of our friends before you is really, that's the American story, right? In telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is...
Oh my God. Look what happened.
I don't know what the hell's going on. She can't do an interview. She doesn't want to do them. Something's wrong. Let's just take a look. Let me just see. We have a little.
Wait, hold on.
video.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't go far enough back.
Happened. Kamala was saw what happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster. This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala, this happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was
in the way you do it. And both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is...
Oh my God. I think Donald Trump and Kamala might be the same I think we're the same person. This is bad.
Sadly not the only story.
It's unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. It's like a child who learns one word and then they struggle for the next thought and it never comes. But
what was that?
This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster. This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. This happened, and we all saw what happened.
It's like he's like a child. He finds one word and he just, and it's like the next thought, it just doesn't come. So weird. All right, wait, hold on. We got even more examples. Wait, hold on. Let's listen to the rest of what Donald Trump had to say here. Wait. There we go.
one. Certainly not an articulate one, Laura.
Not articulate. So inarticulate. Now, I did look for footage of Donald Trump laughing, but apparently footage does not exist. He's never laughed before.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want. Kamala and her group.
What just happened? You see what happened? It happened. Alright, let's see some of Donald Trump's best words, since we're talking about words and people being articulate.
I know words. I have the best words. Each of you embodies the warrior creed. Your devotion, prowess,
Your prowess.
is not
Jerusalem.
just the heart of three great religions on the southern half of this peninsula.
This is a very great peninsula.
Of distrust and
The
the
chasms.
internet, then you will gain momentum, terminating the diversity,
Termination.
lottery, diversity,
Diversity of
diversity,
this amazing
traditions.
nation.
And I have to really talk about the Nazis. This
Evil Nazis.
with Trump, Ghana, Guinea, Nambia, Kenya, and Tanzania. It's great to be back in Missouri. You cherish Utah's gleaming rivers, the disaster known as Obamacare. As hurricane.
No, not the terrible disaster of Obamacare. That is the most horrible thing anybody has ever heard. Okay. Happy diversity, darling. Let's try and make sure we avoid the Nazis this evening. I can't even say it wrong on purpose. Okay. So yeah, I find it interesting that they want to come at Kamala over being bad with words. It seems like they don't know their own character, their own candidate here. This is the guy who said some of the dumbest things ever publicly. We're your extra emotional support. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was otherwise detained. How many emotional support characters do you all deserve? Oh, you know what? I already rolled for one of them. Remember that. 1, 11, 19. Ooh, I think I know all of those characters. Alright, hold on. Let us solve this for you. There's one. 50 likes? It's not true. Don't lie to me. 53 likes. What the hell is happening over there? What are you people doing? I don't know what you had to do to get all those likes. What else? Who? Oh, yes. 1, 11, 19. There we go. We did it. And by we, I mean you all. Great job. This is a ridiculous amount of likes in the first hour. Well, I guess we're slightly over the first hour, but still. You deserve that round of applause. Undoubtedly. All right, now let's quickly talk about this since we're talking about Trump. As apparently Palm Beach County has been incurring a great deal of expenses due to Donald Trump's extra security needs. And they are now seeking relief for millions. Here's CBS Miami from a day ago.
Meantime, in Palm Beach County, where former President Trump was targeted in a second apparent assassination attempt, leaders are looking for financial help. It is because of the nearly $7 million needed to keep
Jesus
Trump safe.
Christ.
It is for the, quote, extraordinary measures for security required by the Secret Service leading up to the November election. The stepped-up protection is for Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate.
$7 million. Come on.
Follow the rich white man.
This is ridiculous. How many people could be helped with that money? This is not worth it. $7 million. This must be doable with less. Although I'll be honest, it hasn't been going great. So, I mean, I guess it depends on your priorities, really.
And in nearby homes. It began in July, a week after the first attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania. Palm Beach authorities say their allocation of funds is going to run out at the end of the month, and without reimbursement from federal funds, taxpayers may be on the hook for the extra costs.
Okay, that was a quick one. I just figured we would have a quick chuckle there. Wait, please hold. Please hold.
Well, a demographic that.
Please hold. Thank you. This is also the wrong video. What is happening? What is happening?
What?
Where is that? Whatever. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. We'll get to it. Oh, right. Because we're going to do that later. Oh, right. Okay. All right. I foiled myself. It happens. Happens to everyone. All right. Let's get to talking about that election that's actually already started.
What you talking about?
That's right. It's already started. As of a day ago. As early voting has begun.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, let's go here. Bay Area, where registrars are working to motivate young voters ahead of the election. Now, early voting has not yet started in California, so don't take that as being indicative of that. I just figured we'd start this off talking about, campaign workers and such. Wait, is this the right one? No, this is the right. Click. Go back. We've gone too far.
Well, a lot of attention this election year on young voters. The question is, will a demographic that typically makes a lot of noise about voting actually show up in force at the polls? Local registrars are trying to spur change one teen at a time. Here's NBC Bears' Damon Trujillo.
She walked in knowing she was about to do something really big on her 18th birthday. No, it's not a concert she's attending. Mia Regua Jimenez walked into the registrar of voters in San Jose and said this.
So she's here to register to vote?
On the very day she legally became an adult, Mia felt this is where she needed to be.
I wanted to come register today because it's important for the younger generation to start getting out there to vote.
Registrars across the Bay Area report while the number of registered voters between the ages of 18 and 25 is still lower than other age groups, it has increased over the last couple of years. 44,000 of them live in San Francisco County, according to the registrar. And Santa Clara County says it has 6,000 16 and 17-year-olds who are pre-registered, meaning once they hit 18, they will already be on the rolls.
Oh, it's great. It's showing that our youth is educated on voting and excited to be a part of democracy.
We're going to guide you through the registration process.
Today, the Santa Clara County Registrar was at Notre Dame High School training the student group League of Young Women Voters how to register and pre-register their classmates.
Register, pre-register, need to make sure.
I just see somebody by the name of Blue Lives Matter 12 follow here. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed by the content. But this is slightly, it's good news. It's good news that the young people are getting more involved politically, as they are, at least had been for a long time, rather unengaged demographic. Maybe he means Smurfs. Ah, that's a good point. Smurf lives do matter. Smurfs don't choose to be Smurfs, they're just born that way. And Smurf oppression from Gargamel is unacceptable. We should all stand in solidarity with them. Right, let's go here to CBS News. This is from a day ago. Now, the 3 states that have begun early in-person voting are Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia.
Voters in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia lined up to fill out ballots in the presidential race starting on Friday. Our Natalie Brand is on the ground in one of those states.
Lana, early in-person voting has officially kicked off here in Virginia. We're at one of the sites where it's happening here in Arlington County in that building behind me. There's a lot of excitement upstairs and quite a long line. The elections officer on site tells me that within the first couple of hours, around 500 early voters had already cast their ballots across the 2 sites in this jurisdiction alone. Some voters actually making kind of a
Why does this keep happening? He just randomly pauses it and gives us the thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail.
party out of it, coming as a group of friends.
We're celebrating democracy, and it's such an important day for our country. We wanted to make sure that our vote counted, and we just love wearing this sticker and advertising the fact that we voted and want to encourage everyone to vote as well.
Other voters said that they are just ready for Election Day to finally be here, and elections officials nationwide are urging voters out there to...
Now, I could have sworn that this was
illegal.
I thought Republicans wanted one-day voting. My God. Fact is, at least 2 of those states vote Republican. What are these Republicans doing out there? Committing crimes. Voting early? Whatever. I can't keep it going. The fake outrage. All right. Okay. Let's go to this. A couple of guys you're all probably familiar with, who, might not tell the truth all the time, but they're relatively decent dudes. Went to a Trump rally and started handing out tone down the rhetoric signs. Trying to help Donald Trump with all the recent assassination attempts. Maybe these signs will help. Here are the good liars.
So we've got some signs here at the Trump rally. Everyone's talking about toning down the rhetoric. We also have some other ones like I hate Taylor Swift, some other things Donald Trump has said. So we're going to see which ones are more popular with Trump supporters here. Hey guys, we're giving out free signs. We've got tone down the rhetoric, and then we've got lock up Kamala.
You want to lock up Kamala? Yeah. Or could you want to tone down the rhetoric sign?
Yeah, that's
no.
Down.
Not tone it up.
Lock up Kamala. Yeah. Okay. Not the tone down the rhetoric?
No.
No. Tone down the rhetoric is
this happened. Why is this happening?
One of them, and then we've got they're eating cats and dogs, which is the unfounded claim that Trump was saying. You want that one? The cats and
I'll take cats and dogs. Yes, thank you.
There hasn't been any.
He's like, no. And the way I love how he tried to feign this very sensible face and pointed to it with his hand, like, no. Of course not. No, this is the sensible choice.
The cats and you want they're eating cats and dogs? Yeah. There hasn't been any proof of that yet, but he did say it at the debate.
Tone down the rhetoric.
See, that's the one that's on.
And the nod after he's told that there's no proof of it, he's like, yeah, I know, but it's more fun than toning down the rhetoric.
That's a hard sell?
Yeah.
Why is it hard?
It's a hard sell.
We have I Hate Taylor Swift. Yeah, that's good. That's the one you want? Here you go. But you don't want to tone down the rhetoric?
No.
We thought the tone down the rhetoric was going to be the popular one, but people wanted they're eating cats and dogs, which is like kind of like crazy rhetoric.
Do you want to tone down the rhetoric one?
No, she wants to
You don't want to tone down the rhetoric one. Okay. Here you go.
I don't know. I think we might have given away the last Taylor Swift.
I love how he looked over to see which sign she took. He's like, I have to know. Which one?
Rhetoric one. Okay. Here you go.
I don't know. I think we might have given away the last Taylor Swift one. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. Would you rather just tone down the rhetoric? You don't want to tone down the rhetoric? Oh, okay.
I want to lock up Kamala and a tone down.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
You want to lock up Kamala and tone down the rhetoric sign?
Yes.
Okay. So tone down the rhetoric. Okay. But then what were you saying about Kamala?
She's committed treason. Again.
Illegal.
Now she is a true conundrum of a person. Real paradoxical individual we got here. I would watch out nearby. If you're nearby, you might just want to sort of stand clear in case a wormhole or some other sort of singularity opens up nearby. As this woman is a fucking paradox, apparently. Could be problems with the space-time continuum. She's an undecided voter. Oh, that's good. I like that. That is well played. Well played indeed. Oh my god. I was not prepared for this level of comedy tonight. From chat. We've got an undecided voter here. Now tell us, what is it you're undecided about exactly? Well, I know who I want to vote for, but I'm not sure which rhetoric I want, so I'm gonna go with both. I feel like my impression of her sounds more like Mickey Mouse than the actual woman. And that's unfair of me. Alright, now let's go here and talk about something which Republican candidates Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have been talking about, which is very strange if you are familiar at all with recent history. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news. Hakeem Jeffries has some stuff to explain.
Thanks, Chad.
The cap on salt sunsets next year, as it stands right now. If you become speaker, which you certainly want to be, would under any circumstances would you put legislation on the House floor that would either cap in part or in whole salt going?
We are committed to making sure we reverse the damage that was done by the extreme MAGA Republicans in connection with the 2017 GOP tax scam, which capped the state and local tax deduction. And for many middle-class families in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, and California, as well as other parts of the country, all but eliminated the state and local tax deduction in a meaningful way and resulted in tax increases for middle-class families, in some cases by thousands of dollars. The irony of all ironies is that the former president shows up in Nassau County yesterday with House Republicans like Congressman D'Esposito, Elise Stefanik, couldn't even pronounce her name correctly. How much did that hurt? And so many others who were responsible for detonating the state and local tax deduction, illegal, or have failed to restore it, and now want to claim that they're going to come to the rescue. They were the arsonists who burned down the state and local tax.
Exactly. During Donald Trump's presidency, they got rid of this state and local tax deduction for individuals, and now they're trying to pretend like they're going to be the saviors of it. They're going to bring it back. You know, it's like you kick somebody in the shins, then you say you got a band-aid for them. Yes, the SALT deduction. Thank you. All right, now, Joe Biden earlier today greeted leaders from other nations, the Quad leaders, if you will, for a summit at Archmere Academy in Wilmington, Delaware. And this is an incredibly uninteresting video. It just shows Joe Biden shaking hands with some leaders, and mostly just a bunch of secret security, or Secret Service, whatever, standing out here. Tries fixing what little hair he has left. Still looks exactly the same as it did. Not gonna lie, kind of glad this guy's done being president soon. Welcome to Costco. I love you. He looks lost as fuck. He does look a little bit sleepy. Sleepy Joe. All right. Now let's get to this. I've held you off long enough on this one. Let's look at this. Here's Jordan Peterson on the Piers Morgan Uncensored YouTube channel. He was asked by Piers Morgan to psychoanalyze the two candidates. Let's see what he comes up with. I'm sure it'd be totally normal.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Just talking of psychoanalyzing people, you've got two complete polar opposites now running for president of the United States. If you were Trump and Kamala Harris, what would you conclude right now based on everything you've seen and heard?
I feel like he's definitely heard the question right now, but he's just like, he's searching for that answer so hard. You see how red his face is right now? He's just like, sort of rocking back and forth in his chair. Piers, it's a very interesting question. Thank you for asking.
Well, if I could vote in the American election, I would vote for Trump. And I don't trust Harris. Now, do I trust Trump? Well, he was president for 4 years. Like, look, the best...
Okay, so he's asked, if you were psychoanalyzing Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, what would you come to the conclusion of? Well, I would vote for Trump. That's what I would do. Me, Jordan Peterson, I would vote for Trump right now because, well, you see, due to my psychoanalytic experience, I understand that Donald Trump was president for 4 years. You need a psychoanalytical degree to know that somebody's been president for so long. A full 4-year term. And Kamala Harris, of course, well, let's forget that. Because, of course, Kamala Harris was vice president for 4 years. And was, in fact, in government much longer than Donald Trump. And if you look at Donald Trump's, career before all of this, I would say it's much less, what's the word? Respectable.
Predictor of someone's future behavior is their past behavior. If you're trying to hire someone and you have documented history of their efforts in precisely the domain that you're attempting to hire.
I sound Irish trying to imitate him. Peterson? Pretty sure Peterson is an Irish name.
And the evidence is clear and valid. You use that in favor of all other predictive, what would you say, predictive markers. So I think it's more appropriate for me as a
what is he doing with his hands right now?
The psychometric literature to point out that independent of Trump's personality, which tends, by the way, to be a relative...
Independent of his personality, which I'm not going to psychoanalyze right now. This guy is ridiculous. And he doesn't do any, like, at this point, he's done zero psychoanalysis and just said a bunch of complete nonsense reduction of politics here for even Piers Morgan appears to be incredibly bored and disappointed. This is what he's getting from Dr. Jordan Peterson.
It's science.
Weak predictor of behavior. It's intelligence that's the best predictor, and then personality. We have a documented track record. Okay, so what do we know about?
I'm sorry. Whoa, you're just gonna switch topics? You have a documented track record of intelligence between Donald Trump. If you're saying we have a documented track record of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris intelligence, and that somehow your analysis of that leads you to vote for Donald Trump, I would say that you're lacking. Definitely lacking some intelligence yourself. Good God.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, we know this. Decent economic performance, markedly stable international situation, no wars.
Wow.
Plus, and that's something, no wars. Plus, he established the Abraham Accords.
Yes, Piers, what does that tell us about the psycho and analytics of these people? No wars. Huh. Jordan Peterson. My God, pal. I think you should probably just avoid the politics, because you seem to have essentially zero to offer. He's dressed normally. You would call this normal? You notice there's like a shimmer to this suit jacket? Look closer. There appears to be some sort of glitter inside the fabric for this tuxedo. Because once again, it's basically a tuxedo suit. He's wearing a tuxedo for an interview. I mean, it's a little bit unorthodox for a tuxedo, but you gotta.
And they've held even after October 7th, and everybody in the State Department told the Trump administration that was that.
The Abraham Accords, they're still going strong. Everything's fine. Okay, Jordan.
Putting that agreement together was impossible. Now, of course, it's the Abraham Accords that have infuriated and frustrated the bad actors in Iran, and that's pretty much the entire political class.
What is this? What does this have to do with the mental? I can't even remember what Piers Morgan's question was now. What was Piers asking again? What was the question? Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. We have to hear the question again, because I've lost it. Piers?
Just talking of psychoanalyzing people.
Right, we were psychoanalyzing people. I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked here. Not sure who to blame. Oh, right.
Frustrated the bad actors in Iran, and that's pretty much the entire political class there, and fomented October 7th and produced this catastrophe that's unfolding. But putting that at the feet of Donald Trump is a very ill-advised thing to do. So I would say, with regards to Trump, well, we know what a Trump presidency would be like.
Wait, putting it at the feet of Donald Trump is a bad thing to do, but you would still vote for him if you could. You're still a Canadian And
but there's something else to consider too, because you might say, well, you know, that was round one and now it's round two and Trump is older. And although I think he's actually modified his behavior to some degree as a consequence of being beat up so thoroughly over the last 5 years, and although he's a bit defensive, he's also less blustery and more.
He's modified his behavior somewhat. Okay, so this is the first time he even attempts to maybe consider what psychoanalyzing Trump, but like this is hilarious. He's modified it. In the debate, he was talking about how Haitians were eating dogs and cats. What the fuck is he talking about? He's modified his behavior to what? From what to what, please?
Which I think is a big plus. But for me, the other thing that I've seen really switch that's really been positive for me is that
he said nothing up to this point.
Trump has pulled a lot of hyper powerful people together around him.
Oh, so he's managed to pull super powerful people around him, and that's what makes him good, is that he's adjacent to power. Huh.
Help, I'm being repressed.
Musk, Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Ramaswamy.
Oh my God. Oh, she's crying herself to sleep tonight. She is at home crying. Why doesn't he know my name? I've been trying to... It's Gabbard.
Robert F. Kennedy, most of whom would have been Democrats in anything approximating a sane and normal world. And so, you see, my sense is that somebody whose narcissistic impulses are out of control, because Trump is a flamboyant and dominating character who likes the public light. So you think, well, you know, does he tilt too far in the narcissistic direction? It's like, well, why would he share the spotlight with the rest of this?
This is astute and intellectual psychoanalysis here from Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. My God. Is he narcissistic? Maybe, but there's only evidence for why he's so great, so I don't see what's the problem. He's great. Nothing wrong with being a little narcissistic when you're as cool as Trump.
True. And the other thing that we should consider is that, look, man, I would vote for Trump if for no other reason than Musk himself has already agreed to head something like a Department of Governmental Efficiency in the U.S. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
What? That's enough for you. Elon Musk in government. Okay, where's my voting? Where's my voting pen? Let me get out to the polls.
Enough said. You know, and then Kennedy is bringing the public health crisis into the political realm, and both those two things are revolutionary.
I would also say
Ramaswamy seems to be. Go ahead.
Ramaswamy is a very smart guy as well. I completely agree with you on that.
These are two of the dumbest guys in this space, I swear to God. Them getting together for anything. And you'll notice that I've been incredibly restrained here. We could have done an entire hour of content, and we are keeping it to just this section entitled Psychoanalyzing Harrison Trump. We could have done Peterson on Hugh Edwards, so that would have been interesting. Weaponization of mental health. I'm sure there was nothing problematic in there. We might have to do battle for free speech online some other time.
Also, I think that Trump has shown with these assassination attempts something very surprising that I suspect a lot of people would not have expected, and that is genuine personal courage. I mean, the first time when he was actually shot, to insist on getting back up and to punch the air defiantly was a remarkable thing to do.
What?
I thought what even more remarkably was a week later, he was back on stage at another rally with an even bigger crowd, like nothing had happened. I spoke to him that night and he was, you know, very gung-ho. I'm just going to keep doing it. They're not going to stop me. That is personal moral courage.
How is that personal moral courage? If anything, the fist pump was him endangering himself and his secret service people. Like, what is he fucking talking about? Donald Trump wasn't... I don't think Donald Trump even knew 100% at the moment that he did that stupid fucking fist pump that there wasn't still a fucking threat out there, that somebody might try and shoot him. And that, you know, he was more worried about the fist pump and his shoes than the safety of the people around him. That doesn't show moral courage. That shows a guy who doesn't give a fuck about anybody around him.
I don't think you ever know whether you have it until it happens. And then you saw again with this latest one, you know, he was cracking jokes immediately afterwards, saying, well, I wish I could have finished my birdie putt. Again.
It looks like Jordan is like struggling to keep the tears inside. Like he's ready to start, you know, really crying here out loud about this whole thing. He seems very upset about this this first Trump assassination. You see, he just looks distraught over it.
The reaction, I mean, it's a quality of Trump that we haven't really seen until you see it. And you're never quite sure how people will respond when there are genuine threats to kill them. And he's actually been shot and then nearly got killed again. And yet he's back out there continuing with the campaigning. So whatever you think of Trump, I do.
What is that? What is that stupid fucking head nod thing he's doing with this?
I think on the personal courage aspect, he's shown a lot of it recently.
Yes, grace under pressure.
Piers is determined to get this courage point driven home. He really wants Jordan to tell him about how courageous Donald Trump is on a psychoanalytical level.
But also, you pointed to something else, is that he was up cracking jokes. You know, Hitler wasn't well known for his sense of humor.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Jordan? Hitler wasn't known for his sense of humor. I don't know if you know this, but Hitler, not a good joke teller. You used to do the stand-up, and people were always booing him. Not a funny guy. That Donald Trump, though.
And the thing about Trump, and you can't deny this, Trump is a funny bastard.
Right.
He's funny. He'll say daring things just because they're comical. He's really good at it. And even...
By the way, he's not going to full circle. He's not going to full circle this point. So, I mean, that was him him full circling it. Didn't have an actual historical reason for bringing, or any sort of reason for bringing up Hitler.
His Twitter usage, his X usage, Twitter, of course, because he's not really using the platform now. Impulse.
His Twitter usage, it shows the true nature of a man.
Entertaining, unbelievably cutting and funny in a stand-up comedian sort of manner. And, you know, that just doesn't go well with the tyrannical personality, because tyrants aren't well known for being able to tolerate the court jester.
He is the court jester. Donald Trump is the court jester. You know, he's the court jester who wants to be the tyrant. It seems like this psychoanalysis is a little shallow. What do you think, Chad? I'm not an expert. I'm no doctor like Jordan Tuxedo Face here.
Put it that way. And so Trump is tough and funny. The other thing about Trump you got to think about too is, you know, is he ambitious? Well, I don't think it's ambition that's driving his pursuit of this second term. I mean, first of all, Trump's an old man, and second of all, he's already president, and he's as famous as you can get.
Yeah.
And you might say, well, his ambition is so overweening that...
Fame is actually a good trait for someone to have as president. I should know, I'm a doctor.
It's compelling him forward regardless, and I don't actually think so. I actually think that what happened was that Trump accidentally became president, shocked the hell out of him, and then he got some sense of exactly how unstable and corrupt the DC swamp had become. And
what are you talking about? He realized that? That was his entire campaign, 2015. What in the fuck? It was 2015, 2016. He said the word swamp probably 10,000 times.
He started to take the role seriously. And now I think he's taking it even more seriously, and that's part of why he's building this coalition. I think...
Wow, Donald Trump, serious guy, according to JB.
He made a dreadful mistake in the debate with Kamala Harris because...
Kamala.
Well, first of all, he didn't highlight the Biden laptop spectacle, which is like a bit of political maneuvering that outdoes any deviance that I've ever seen since the beginning of my political awareness, including.
I'm sorry. Everybody, we need to take a second here. Everybody knows about the Biden laptop. We need to hear again Jordan Peterson's. Now remember, this is about the psychoanalysis of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris for some reason. And he's talking about Biden laptops. I don't know why. But
which is like a bit of political maneuvering that outdoes any deviance that I've ever seen since the beginning of my political awareness, including.
It's a bit of political maneuvering that outdoes any deviance that I have ever seen in the entirety of my political awareness.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Wow, JB. Really? This is it. That's it. The existence of dick pics on a computer are, well, I mean, they're...
That's too much, man!
Yeah.
Thing that went around Richard Nixon.
Even Piers is like, what the fuck are you talking about right now? He's like ready to start crying. You see him? He's like sweating. He's like straight up sweating. You can see his hair, what's left of it, starting to look a little... he's like really
for his much lesser
starting to
sins.
lose it here.
Trump has gathered these people.
Like he's getting
him.
so red that you can see like the redness, like it's going all the way up to his scalp.
He's ready to move forward. Now, he didn't make a case for that in the damn debate.
I thought he was actually.
He didn't say, "Look,
I thought he had
a
bad debate.
Ahead,
actually, I thought that she played him rather cleverly. She played to his narcissism, let's call it, I think, what it is a bit, about the crowd sizes, about all that kind of stuff. And
Great point. Great point, Maz. There's Hunter Biden, and then there's Hitler. There's dick pics on a laptop, and then there's being bad at telling jokes, I guess.
Other than him laser-like focusing on her weakness, which is that after 4 years, the country clearly is not in a better place. That's why she couldn't answer that question. And skewering her on her actual paucity of policy knowledge. I mean, she doesn't seem to know what she would do if she ran the country. She sort of played into his hands of allowing himself to be goaded and getting into a bit of a street fight and then saying crazy stuff about cats and dogs. And
Pierce doesn't even know where to go. Pierce has no idea what to say right now. He's just kind of riffing on this. He's like, I saw the debate. I was just, could have been a lot better from Donald Trump. He really had so much opportunity in it. I truly love Donald. And I wish he could have done better. Kamala Harris had left such openings for him. And yet, he didn't strike when he should have.
Conversely, if you were looking at her right now, how do you psychoanalyze Kamala Harris?
Okay, well, let's give the devil his due to begin with. One of the market things I have seen happening with the Democrats.
Why is Jordan Peterson looking anywhere but the camera? I mean, he's looking at it now, but you're right. 90% of this interview has been looking anywhere but the camera. Mostly down at the ground, sometimes up.
Leadership
it's weird.
Is their movement away from the radical left. And so I'd like
back
to
to
give
the
them
ground.
credit for that. I think
back to the
now,
camera.
Is it
ground,
real?
Camera.
Well, maybe.
Side, down.
Some of me doesn't care
no
if
more
it's
eyes.
real, even if
Camera.
it's performative, even if it's purely
over
performative.
to the left.
It's
back to the right.
Long overdue and very welcome. And so you
and
don't
back
hear
down.
Kamala talking much about the climate crisis, which I'm perfectly happy about because I think that's...
I'm perfectly happy about that because, of course, as we all know...
Climate and everything are the same word.
An absolute load of anti-human rubbish in the main. And the more leftist types within the Democrat Party have been effectively sidelined, at least as this campaign has progressed. So,
is this still psychoanalysis? I'm a little confused. What happened? What happened to this supposed... I didn't... Did anybody catch any psychoanalysis in here? I'm not going to lie. Not feeling like we got much. It's mostly like, It was basically if Jordan B. Peterson had taken Harry Enton's job, but did not prepare at all. Like, because, like, you know.
You know, thumbs up on that regard. Having said that, on the principle that previous performance is the best indicator of future performance, Kamala's had her time in the White House. Now, you might say the vice presidency is a secondary role, but if you're the sort of person that would only allow the vice presidency to be a secondary role, then maybe you're not fit to be president. You don't have enough force of character. We've already seen what the Biden administration looks like.
Oh my God. If you're the sort of person who would allow vice president to be a secondary role, maybe you're not fit to be president, even though definitionally, the vice president is a secondary role. It's vice. There's the president, and there's the vice president. President, vice president, president, vice president. Like, it is literally in the fucking word.
Hot right
It's
now.
Like, I don't respect anybody who's willing to let their secondary position be secondary. It shows a real lack of moral fortitude and intellectualism.
What I see the Biden administration look like, I mean, America is such an economic powerhouse that it's still trudging along, rampaging along like a bull in a china shop, like it always does. But foreign policy has been a complete bloody world-ending disaster under the Democrats. They haven't stood up to Iran, which is a pack of...
The United States hasn't stood up to Iran. I'm sorry. What? Since when? I would love to know what Jordan Peterson's exact policies changes would be here. I know we've gotten way off the path here, but at this point,
compare. And we have this terrible, brutal, and I think unnecessary war going on between Russia and Ukraine, which could spiral out of control. At any
oh,
moment.
that's the one
And
we
it's
have to worry
highly
about.
likely. And so,
for 1 second, I thought he was going to go to Palestine. He's like, no, this terrible, brutal war in Ukraine, of course, not the one in Gaza, which we're funding.
that's on Harris and the Democrats, and that's a major issue. So, and then what we might say, well, what will we get under Kamala? And maybe it's the case that the move away from the radical left is real, although I'd need a lot more evidence before I would believe that. But the easiest thing to predict is another 4 years of the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you predict that? It's not like she's the only one calling the shots. And as you already pointed out, maybe we could have more confidence that she would be a transformative leader, pull the Democrats to the center. What would you say? Act in a stellar manner on the foreign policy front and put...
I love how he's acting as if Biden wasn't a centrist president to pretty much every degree. On most degrees, not all, but on many things. So not pretending as if it's a weird vibe, because he's kind of doing the opposite of what everybody in the Republican Party is trying to do right now. Because everybody's backing off of Biden and now coming at Kamala and saying, "Oh, she's an evil leftist communist." But no, he's picked a different route, which is weird. I think Piers is also once again confused, but he's been confused for most of this interview.
Economy in order. Well, we'd be a lot more convinced of that if she was 10 times more policy oriented than she appears to be.
I completely agree.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen a candidacy focused so much on image in my life in any country.
No,
you know,
and I
what
think
did you
she's.
get?
I think
You
she's
got
basically
joy,
she's
you
bet
know?
the bank on three things. One, she's not Joe Biden, which is a clear win for her. She's not. Secondly, she wants to avoid any substantive policy talk and shift everything to how awful Trump is, because that's an easier way for her to win.
That's all that Joe Biden ever did. That's all that that's all the election cycle's been for 8 years. It's like Piers Morgan hasn't been paying attention, like he hasn't been in supposed journalism for the entire time. Super weird vibe. Like, that's legit. Am I losing my mind? That's literally how Joe Biden won the election, was by saying Donald Trump was an existential threat. He was the only one that could beat him. Full stop. No? Is that not how it went? How are we doing on that? God damn. 2 hours in, you say? Interesting choice. Okay. Where are we? Yeah, let's go here. Talk about a little organization by the name of National Right to Life, which is a anti-abortion group, and apparently the army for some time was telling soldiers in training that the National Right to Life organization is, well, they're terrorists.
Illegal.
And honestly, or at least their potential extreme. I'm sorry, not that they are terrorists, but they are potential extremists. And I'm not gonna lie, I would probably agree with that.
I look forward to your questions.
Thank you to both of you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to ask questions. And let me just begin by backing up for a moment. This training started in 2017. It lasted until a few months ago. 10,000 soldiers were taught that National Right to Life was a potential domestic terrorist threat, or that soldiers with state-issued pro-life license plates were a threat. How in the world does something like that go on for so long and neither of you or anyone in leadership ever catches it?
Probably because it's incredibly close to being the truth, because the people who associate with these sorts of organizations, at least some of them, are in fact concerning and potentially dangerous people with extremist views. That's why.
General, let's start with you.
Chairman Banks, thank you for the question. So I want to emphasize again, these training materials were improperly developed and should have never.
Why did it go on for
presented.
so long? Why, I understand. I appreciate you acknowledging that, but why?
Chairman Banks, the failure was in anyone providing feedback or any supervisor not observing the training and taking immediate correction. There's no excuse for how long it lasted.
Doctor? I mean, this is crazy.
I would echo that.
Oh my God, he's so upset about it. It's like, oh, how dare you suggest that people who go to abortion clinics and threaten women and doctors, how dare you suggest that they might be extremists who are dangerous?
Mom, please turn away from here. You're an image bearer of God. You're beautifully and wonderfully made.
Is that enough?
Don't be creative.
Have you had enough? Is that enough of feeling really self-righteous this morning?
I don't think that most people have a realistic picture of what happens outside of abortion.
Mom, you'll never forget the loss of your
Hey,
child.
Joe, come on.
You're a beautiful baby. It's a boy or a girl.
Joe, there's no reason to yell at anyone, Joe.
Sometimes I just stop for a minute and
These people are so fucked. Just wild. Completely unhinged.
what is this?
I think abortion is so terribly wrong.
Is
I have
it?
a responsibility to be here.
Look at this guy. He's got a fucking 2 foot
Yes.
by 2 foot.
Abortion is
Maybe even more. It's like a 2 foot by 4 foot fucking blow up of a fetus. These people are fucked. The fact is I have been outside of abortion clinics yelling at these exact people, telling them to stop harassing, people who I was, accompanying at a Planned Parenthood, whatever, and it's is not just the protesting, right? Because these people have, there's documented cases of them not just physically threatening people, but actually going out and carrying out these threats, killing, attacking doctors and, you know, other people seeking abortion, seeking healthcare. And I think it's a fair assessment that they have they were for that long considered to be extremists according to the army, and they should actually stick to that.
Terribly wrong. I have a responsibility to be here.
Whatever happens on the sidewalk, really our focus is the women and the children and their right to choose life.
Absolutely not.
Oh my fucking God.
Nobody asked you.
Most clinic escorts do their job silently.
Look at this fucking guy. You're telling me that this guy isn't a danger to society? He brought a fucking 20-foot ladder out here, or like a 15, 20-foot ladder into a parking lot, and is now shouting at the top of his lungs at people in public. You're telling me these people aren't a threat?
That's the tradition of escorting, but I just couldn't anymore.
Almost every week for the past 3 years,
Thank you.
Shelly Mann makes a drive to this abortion clinic in Bellevue, Nebraska.
Good morning.
Her job? To protect the clinic's patients from the anti-abortion protesters who line its perimeter.
Don't be crazy.
Before the shift starts and before the other escorts get here, I usually just take like a little walk and look for things that might be suspicious, because if there's something here that looks like a bomb, even if it's not a bomb, it has to be investigated.
Weird. Why is it that her daily routine includes bomb checks?
Illegal.
Seems like people such as National Right to Life are maybe a threat. Extremist threat. I mean, it's weird, right? Because if they're not, then why is this woman concerned about bombs at an abortion clinic? It's just not making sense.
We'll have to cancel patients for the day.
Let's do 2 in the top and 2 people walking, and then I'll float.
There are protesters on either side of the driveway, so the patient is trying to turn in past the protesters. So the first thing that we're trying to do is get them to just pull in the driveway.
So this gives you kind of an idea of where you are and aren't allowed to stand.
I'm Shelly, I'm from the clinic. I'm gonna walk you in, okay? We help the patients get out of the car and just make the walk.
We'll get in here. You'll go to the top of the stairs, there's a door to the right.
That walk is the loneliest walk if you are by yourself.
Seriously. You got fucking assholes like this out here, ladder guy. I mean, come on. All right. Now, here's some potentially good news for women in Florida on this particular issue. According to CBS Miami here, the state has announced abortions to save a woman's life, in fact, do not violate the Florida ban.
What you talking about?
Florida health officials are setting the record straight about abortions to save a woman's life. In a recent letter to doctors, they clarified that such abortions do not violate the new state ban. The state said it was responding to concerns that the new 6-week abortion ban is tying doctors' hands and putting women in danger. Florida's abortion ban, which went into effect May 1st, has exceptions up to 15 weeks for pregnancies resulting from rape, incest, or human trafficking, or if a fatal fetal abnormality is detected. The memo included a line in bold that, quote, "A miscarriage is not an abortion." The state's ban has sparked fear and led to confusion over what constitutes a serious health risk. Health officials adding in part, quote, "Providers are reminded that Florida requires life-saving medical care to a mother without delay when necessary, and the Agency for Healthcare Administration..."
This is fucking hilarious. So this agency is releasing this statement and suggesting essentially that it's doctors' fault for interpreting the fucking law wrong, like they're lawyers or something. Like, the fact is that Florida enacted a 6-week abortion ban, and doctors, fearing prison time, It had some concerns and it caused problems, and now they're trying to be like, oh, doctors who don't provide care are being, negligent and blah blah blah. It's like, are you kidding me? If you think that, then why do we have a law saying all of this other stuff in contravention of all of this? Really not making a lot of sense. They need doctor lawyers. Good point. Good point. If you're gonna be a doctor who does healthcare for women, you're gonna have to also get a law degree. Sorry. It's gonna be an extra 4 years of school. Actually, I guess technically in some states it wouldn't be a full year of school, a full 4 years of school. California, I think you could get away with just taking the bar exam potentially, but I mean, you would have to study for it. So every state with onerous laws has to, I guess. I mean, what's the other plan? Aside from making, abortion legal in all 50 states federally. Instituting it from the top down. Wow. We've got so many stories to do today. I did not time this out well at all. We must trudge on. Do I hold off on some of these later? Guess we could do housing tomorrow. Although I don't have that many global news stories today, do I? No, it's actually a very short list. Alright, I guess we'll just keep doing these. This seems fine. Alright, let's go to this here. We're just going to watch a tiny snippet of this CBS 8 San Diego clip from a day ago, where apparently they have a study showing some information about who's buying single-family homes.
A new study is shedding light on one of the obstacles putting the dream of owning a home even more out of reach for many San Diegans. According to Redfin, nearly a quarter of single-family homes here in the county were purchased by an investor. CBS 8's Esmeralda Perez shows us why San Diego is standing out from the rest of the nation. Esmeralda?
Well, Marcella, purchasing a home in San Diego is a goal for many families, especially for first-time buyers. Well, a recent study says San Diego is among the cities with investors purchasing the highest share of homes sold.
That's unfortunate for San Diego. Although there's many other cities that are also dealing with similar sort of terrible numbers. Well, 25% is a lot. But, this is why we have a housing. This is a huge part of why we have a housing crisis, why real estate is so expensive. I mean, investors continuing to buy these properties up. Berkshire Hathaway, BlackRock, all these other people. San Diegans, yes. San Diegoites.
It's science.
People want an intermission? We could do that. We could do that. I'm just going to go to one last story before we do that. Let's go here.
On you at 6, we're just a little more than...
Shares of Trump Media and Technology Group fell as much as 8% in Friday morning trading after a lockup prohibiting insiders from selling their shares expired. Shares of the Truth Social parent, more than half of which are owned by Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, have slumped about 20% this week, and they are down about 80% from their April peak. Trump, whose stake in the loss-making company is currently worth about $1.6 billion, said last week that he did not plan on selling his shares after the lockup expired.
He says that, and yet, like he said, last week the shares were down 20%, and, well, Donald Trump at this point can now sell those shares without telling anybody. So he may have already gotten rid of a huge portion of them to deal with his many debts. Alright, well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Make sure to do it. Especially the subscribe button, because we need to get to 500 subs. Still 203 short, it would appear. And we need more. So do that. Now, if you've done both those things, I really appreciate you. And, unfortunately, must, insist on doing a little bit of capitalist messaging here, and suggest that you consider becoming a galactic patron on Patreon. Just a few dollars a month, you get access to all sorts of super sweet space benefits, like getting to hang out here in the pool with me, like the rest of the patrons, or perhaps at the bar, or in the lake, or on the galactic streets, wherever you like. Could be you here, hanging out poolside with me. Those aren't the only benefits, though. You get exclusive content, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. So do consider becoming a galactic patron. And, if, for whatever reason, Patreon's not your thing, you got PayPal, you got Cash App, you got Twitch, to all, as places for you to donate to the channel and help continue the Galactic News Network and the work that we do here. Alright, well, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a snack, and I'll be right back.
I believe that membership of the European Union was the way in which we got out of the appalling state we were in when, after Suez, we had discovered that we had no role in the world we were clear about once we'd lost our empire, and that our economy was becoming a laughingstock because we were falling behind the countries on the continent that had been devastated in the war but appeared to have a better way of proceeding than we did. And I believe that our membership of the European Union restored to us our national self-confidence, gave us politically a role in the world as a leading member of the Union, which made us more valuable to our allies, like the United States, and made our rivals, like the Russians, to take us more seriously because of our role of leadership in the European Union, and it helped to reinforce our own values as well. And our economy benefited enormously and continued to benefit even more as the market developed from our close and successful involvement in developing trading relationships with the inhabitants of the continent. I'm very fortunate to be called this early. I apologize to my old friend and right honourable friend, but there are 93 other members still waiting to be called, so if you forgive me, I will. In fact, the Conservative governments in which I served made very positive contributions to the development of the European Union. There were two areas in which we were the leading contender and made a big difference. The first was when the Thatcher government led the way in the creation of the single market. The customs union, the so-called common market, had served its purpose, but regulatory barriers matter more than tariffs in the modern world. And but for the Thatcher government, the others would not have been induced to remove those barriers, and I think the British benefited more from the single market than any other member state. It has contributed the Soviet Union in the process of enlargement to Eastern Europe, taking in the former Soviet states, and that was an extremely important political contribution. After the surprising collapse of the Soviet Union, Eastern and Central Europe could have collapsed into its traditional anarchy, nationalist rivals, military regimes which had preceded the Second World War. We actually pressed the urgency of bringing in these new independent nations, giving them the goal of European Union, which meant liberal democracy, free market trade, and so on. And we made Europe a much more stable place. So that has been our role in the European Union, and I do believe that it is a very, very bad move, particularly for our children and grandchildren, that we're all sitting here now saying that we're embarking on a new unknown future, which I shall touch on a moment, but which I think is simply baffling every friend of the British and the United Kingdom throughout the world. So that is why I shall vote against. Let me just deal with the arguments that I should not vote, that I'm being undemocratic. This is quite wrong, and as an elected member of Parliament, I'm under a duty to vote contrary to the views I have just given. I'm told this is because we held a referendum. Now, firstly, I'm in the happy situation that my opposition to referendums as an instrument of government is quite well known and has been frequently repeated throughout my political career, and I made no commitment to accept a referendum. I think particularly this referendum, with such an enormous question being asked for a simple yes-no answer on one day, with hundreds of complex issues wrapped up within it, was a most unsuitable, particularly unsuitable question for a plebiscite of that kind, and that was reinforced by the nature of the debate. Constitutionally, when the government tried to stop the House having a vote, they didn't go to the Supreme Court arguing that a referendum bound the House, and that was why we shouldn't have a vote, because the referendum had always been described as advisory in everything that the government put out. There's no constitutional standing for referendums in this country. No sensible country has referendums. The United States, Germany don't have referendums in their political system. They went to the Supreme Court arguing the archaic constitutional principle of the royal prerogative, that the executive somehow had absolute power when it came to dealing with treaties, and not surprisingly, they lost. But what about the position of those members of Parliament here? Because it's no doubt by an adequate but narrow majority, Leave won the referendum campaign. I won't comment on the nature of the campaign. Those arguments which got publicity in the national media on both sides, were on the whole fairly pathetic. I've agreed in conversation with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Brexit, that he and I can both tell ourselves that neither of us used the dafter arguments being used by the people we were allied with, that there was not a very serious debate on the subject. But I don't recall £350 million a week for the health service coming from the Secretary of State for Brexit. And I didn't say we were going to have a budget to put up income tax and all this kind of thing. All quite pathetic. But just think back to what is the position. Let me give an analogy, a loose one, but I think not totally loose, explaining the position of members of Parliament after this referendum. I have fought, Lord knows how many elections we fought over the last 50 years, and I have always advocated voting Conservative. But the British public in their wisdom have occasionally failed to take my advice, and they have actually, by a majority, voted Labour. And I have found myself here facing a Labour government. I do not recall an occasion when I've been told it was now...
All right, chat, I'm back.
...to support Labour policies, so the Labour government that proposition put to the honourable member for Bolsover when he's been in opposition, or to myself, would have been treated with ridicule.
All right, chat, it's time for the second half of the show. Get back to your seat, space fans.
Voted as I did in the referendum. Somehow I'm an enemy of the people, ignoring my instructions to stick to the opinions that I was expressing, at least in my meetings, rather strongly, urging them to vote the other way. And I have no intention of changing my opinion on the ground. Indeed, I personally am convinced that the hardcore
Okay, well, it's time for the second half of the show. So, Earth weather, environmental, climate change related stuff here. Let's start in Canada. That's the wrong video. Let's go here. Global news from a day ago. Canada must speed up its carbon emission reduction to hit 2030 target.
The Department of Justice has filed a civil lawsuit against the owner and operator of the ship that destroyed Baltimore's Key Bridge.
We'll talk about that one tomorrow. That's my bad.
At first glance, it sounds like a win.
We have a report today that from the independent organization, the Climate Institute, which shows that emissions are down again in Canada.
But in its quest to reach its climate target within the next 6 years, Canada still has a very long way to go.
And primarily because oil and gas production is expanding, emissions are increasing, it's really offsetting the progress we're seeing in other sectors like electricity.
Technology has helped reduce the amount of emissions produced per barrel in the oil and gas sector, but with the Alberta-based industry producing more oil than ever before, overall pollution is on the rise, up 1% over last year and 12% since 2005.
Oil and gas is sitting at 31% of our national inventory, so about a third of our total emissions. When those emissions keep rising, it's really hard to offset those across the other sectors.
And that doesn't count the emissions that get released from the actual burning of any of those fossil fuels. Just the ones to get it out of the ground.
Despite policies in place from both the federal government and the government of Alberta to try and bring these emission numbers down. Alberta has an industrial price on carbon that allows industries to trade credits, while Ottawa has introduced subsidies and tax credits for investments in carbon capture and storage.
Which we know is pretty much nonsense. We have over 60 likes, but 5 emotional support. We have 60 likes? Get the fuck out. My God. You're not kidding. We have 62 likes. That might be a record-breaking number of likes. I'm not sure. That's another 19. That's not going to fly. 4. I think I can make this happen for you people. The stream software is still not... I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to say it just in case. I don't want to jinx us. But, look at that. 6 emotional support characters all at once. Unprecedented. Actually, no. You've had more emotional support characters in the past, but they were because of rollover support characters from the previous stream. So it's hard to count them against this one. It's a confusing situation. It's like apples and oranges.
And clean tech.
The conversation isn't necessarily about more public dollars. The conversation is around creating certainty for investors to drive investment into emissions reduction technologies.
It's such a dumb premise. You gotta figure out how to get investors to invest in clean technology. We've already sort of broken down that sort of thinking here before. But the sort of thinking that leads to you saying we need to leave this up to capitalists who are spending the money, not just sort of mandate this or that thing to keep the climate from getting worse. It seems to be prevalent in a lot of Western countries. who are just entirely, you know, devoted to profit seeking and, you know, less into the idea of, I don't know, having a planet that's habitable. That seems less important to people. Wait, why is it not switching? I'm trying to get it to switch over here to this other one. Because as you can see, hasn't yet uploaded or updated. Ah, fuck. Whatever. We'll get Jessica on this screen in a second. Something's wrong. Now it's lagging. I didn't even say it. And now it's lagging. This is so rude.
How rude.
You kind of want the Pokemon with Guns game? What's it called? Pal World? Alright, let's go here. KCAL news from a day ago. How a farm hidden in an LA neighborhood harvests thousands of pounds of produce.
There's a hidden farm in the middle of a Los Angeles neighborhood that produces thousands of pounds of fresh produce, and they do it in a sustainable way. KCAL's Rena Nakano shows us how growing in your community can help your community grow.
Farm to table isn't just a trend here, it's an ethos.
So this is arugula that we're going to be putting on the tomato and corn salad.
The farm, kitchen, and dining table are all in one place. Little City Farm in Oxford Square. From the outside, it looks like any other home on this residential street.
Hi, welcome.
But as you walk past the front gate, you're transported into a 10,000 square foot world of green.
This was under concrete for 100 years, so we wanted to see if we could bring back the soil.
Angus James owns the lot. In 2020, he and his co-founder ripped up half of a tennis court, hoping to start a family garden. It was supposed to be a casual pandemic project.
The garden for me is like my therapist's office.
But when they hired Benjamin Hirschfeld, the plants took off.
We have our bay leaf tree, which I planted when it was like this big.
This flip-flop and fedora-wearing LA native is an urban farmer. Inspired by gangster gardener Ron Finley, he helped turn this unused land into a sustainable farm. Use gray water from the house to water the crops, raise chickens, and compost scraps. In the first
It's super weird to see what appears to be a fully functional farm in the middle of LA. Not the place you expect farms to be. I'm big into it.
year alone, they harvested 800 pounds of fresh organic produce to supply a local restaurant.
This is opal basil.
As the farm flourished and the pandemic continued, the founders realized they were sitting on an opportunity.
People were looking for outdoor places to do venues, to do a birthday. Our friends started hitting us up and it just sort of snowballed from there.
Enter Jessica Jonas.
It's a jewel in the middle of the city.
The event coordinator took the sustainability idea to the next level to host zero waste events.
We don't do single-use beverage. We have a very limited bar here. It's just a farm-to-glass cocktail that has the juices harvested here.
The outdoor furniture is upcycled. Tableware is thrifted, decorations are natural, and because many of the ingredients are sourced here, there's no CO2 emission from grocery deliveries. Little City Farms Bread and Butter is now a farm tour plus a private chef dinner party, an intimate way to connect with your community. They say their goal is to show others that this is possible, even in LA, and to inspire others to do the same.
There's 25, 30 houses on this block, and they all have grass in their front yard. We need to set it up where I'm going to grow some stuff, and you're going to grow some stuff, and you're going to grow some stuff, and we're going to all trade.
The dream of food for...
Whoa, sounds like communism or something, man. Boo, no alcohol? No, they said they had alcohol. I think that was one of the only things that they were saying that they had to source somewhere else, but they were like making juice and everything. But I think it was a very limited sort of selection. I think they probably had one alcohol that they were mixing with the juices. My guess is like a vodka. Could be wrong. It was LA. This honestly sounds pretty fucking great. I agree, but the problem, part of the problem is not everybody has a lawn. But it's certainly an interesting idea and direction society could go in. I just realized we're only 1 subscriber away from 300. Now we're 299. So close. All right, let's go. Let's go to this. CBS News from a day ago. Let's talk about fossil fuel companies and their sort of incessant advertising and other sorts of marketing ploys, which they're apparently spending billions of dollars on.
The head of the United Nations wants the fossil fuel industry to be banned from advertising, just like the tobacco industry. Illegal. He argued that burning oil and gas is what drives climate change, which threatens the health and safety of people everywhere, all while the fossil fuel industry makes billions.
Many in the fossil fuel industry have shamelessly greenwashed, even as they have sought to delay climate action with lobbying, legal threats, and massive ad campaigns. And they have been aided and abetted by advertising and PR companies.
Now, 2 new studies are out that look at this role of sports washing, which is fossil fuel advertising and sports sponsorship around the world. And we have national environmental correspondent David Schechter here to talk about it with us. So, David, first off, sports washing as a concept, explain it for us. Why do we use that term? What does it mean?
Hey, Lana. So, in a world where we're inundated with information and devices that are always stealing our attention, sport is one of the few things that can still unite us. Maybe you can't talk to your neighbors or your Uncle Al about politics, but most of us can still talk about football. So sports washing is this idea that oil and gas companies can take advantage of this halo of unity and goodwill that surround your favorite teams. That looks like commercials and in-stadium ads that cast these companies in a favorable light, even though their products are heating up the planet.
Well, what?
Yeah.
Illegal.
Well, maybe we should do something about that. I agree with Anthony Guterres of the UN. Pretty much everything he says is on point. I would say pretty much most days he's on top of it. On the ball, on the pulse. Who are these people that can't talk about topics? I don't know. There's people. There's people out there. I mean, you ever listen to like the Majority Report? Because I feel like over the years I've heard tons of people call in about how their family or whatever has crazy politics and they can't figure out how to get their uncle to stop talking about how whatever, like how Haitian migrants, for instance, are supposedly eating cats and dogs and blah blah blah. How to get them to, you know what I mean? Like, and I feel like there's always these sorts of dynamics in family. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's like that's a thing. It's definitely a thing. All right, let's go here. NBC Bay Area. Caltrain to launch electric fleet this weekend.
New this morning, Caltrain rolling out new electric fleet, and it is a monumental shift. Today in the Bay's Ginger Conahara-Saab joins us.
Shit. Sorry. Switch, please. There we go. Let's be friends.
New this morning, Caltrain rolling out new electric fleet, and it is a monumental shift. Today in the Bay's Ginger Conahara-Saab joins us live in San Francisco this morning. And Ginger, riders are going to benefit. Nice clean trains there, and it also helps the environment.
That is very true. Good morning to you, Laura. This moment has been 7 years in the making, and tomorrow these electric trains are rolling out of the station, all of them. And we're going to talk about how this impacts riders' daily commute. Come next week, we've got Dan Lieberman from Caltrain here to talk to us and tell us all about this. And Dan, I want to pull you in here. These trains are beautiful, by the way. I mean, they're very nice and clean, as Laura just mentioned. But this really means something. This is a really nice shift environmentally, right? Taking these diesel trains off the road means like removing 55,000 cars a year.
I don't think the trains are ever on the road exactly, but I get what she's saying.
Absolutely. This is a major impact. This rail corridor has been in service for 160 years. It's the oldest running rail corridor west of the Mississippi, and for the first time in that history, it's going to be 100% zero emissions starting tomorrow. This is big for getting California's carbon footprint under control, and we couldn't be prouder. We're launching a clean, green, and serene system that everyone can enjoy.
Great, Dan. Well, let's talk about what the riders are going to enjoy on this train. Let's take a walk here. I know you were talking to me about some of the screens, the new screens, the security features on this train.
Yes, we've got a digital display as well as cameras on board throughout the train. We have plugs under almost every forward-facing seat, and onboard Wi-Fi, which people can't get enough of. Really exciting news. And this is in addition to trains that generally accelerate and decelerate faster, which has allowed us to increase our level of service and also shrink travel times, just improving the rider experience across the board.
Yeah, and apparently it's going to be 25% faster than the previous diesel trains. Zero emissions. It's all great. It's all good. We need to be doing this in more places. Not just places that already had really good transportation systems already. Or at least decent. San Francisco, in terms of, you know, if you were to compare all the cities around the nation, certainly doing better than many on mass transit. But this is good. This is good. We just need to be doing it more in more places. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing on time? We're actually doing fine. Although I did skip some shit. I didn't clip anything today. I feel very bad. At this point, I feel like I need a clip every day. And when I don't, I feel like I've not done my job. Yeah. So many things to do. So little time. Alright, let's go here. NBC LA from 11 hours ago. Bridge fire area hiking trails closed through December 2025. Holy fuck. So the trails in the area of where the bridge fire recently was, or is technically still kind of burning, I think it's not entirely taken care of yet, is going to be, all of the hiking trails are going to be closed until next year around Christmas, apparently. Or actually, no, they won't be open until 2026, through December 2025. Jesus. I hope you weren't planning on going hiking there.
Well, the cooler temperatures we've seen this...
What are we doing with the pausing?
Well, the cooler temperatures we've seen this week have helped tremendously on the front lines as firefighters battle several wildfires still across Southern California. And those major changes come to the Angeles National Forest. Officials are closing the bridge fire area for safety concerns starting today through next year, December. The closure impacts National Forest System roads, trails, and other facilities, including some recreational sites in the Mount Baldy, Wrightwood, and East Fork areas. The fire is currently 65% contained.
Right. Okay, so the fire's still going. Still only 65% contained. Apparently they're just shutting down the area for literally a full year plus some. Am I an editing addict now? I wouldn't say I'm an editing addict. I'm a addict for trying to make this stream, you know, a thing. My thing. The thing that I do. And so, you know, I see clipping as being a part of that, and I've been meaning to do it this whole time, and only in the last sort of month have I been doing more of it. Probably should have been doing it sooner, and it's on me for not doing that, but gotta try. Alright, let's go here to ABC News from 11 hours ago. This is a frustrating but probably necessary conversation to have. ABC News here discusses how climate change, fighting climate change that is, relies on mining.
Climate Week is set to start in New York City. That's the largest annual climate event of its kind. And as thousands prepare to take part, we are looking at the ways that we consume energy. 2/3 of U.S. adults say that the country should prioritize developing renewable energy over oil, coal, and natural gas production. According to the 2023 Pew Research Center survey, Americans want to see wind and solar energy alternatives. But these solar devices also rely on critical minerals that must be mined. So joining us right now is Ernest Scheider, senior correspondent for Reuters and author of The War Below, Lithium, Copper, and the Global Battle to Power Our Lives, to talk about mining's links to helping fight climate change. Ernest, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hey, it's great to be with you, Gio.
Absolutely. So let's talk about this, because this just blew my mind. You say that the climate change fight actually relies on mining, yet mining is deeply, deeply unpopular by those fighting against climate change. So how does mining play this crucial role in saving our planet?
Sure. Well, things like solar panels, wind turbines, electric vehicles, they're all built with critical minerals. You know, lithium goes into a lithium-ion battery that powers electric vehicles. Solar panels and wind turbines have a lot of copper and other critical minerals in them. Nickel and cobalt are used across our green energy economy. And all of these critical minerals have to come out of the ground, which means that climate change is intrinsically linked to mining. That does seem like a paradox to many people, but it's a reality that many people just don't think about. And so the more we actually have a deep discussion about where and how we want to get these critical minerals, then actually we're going to be doing better in our fight against climate change.
Okay, so the reason why we're looking at this one is, you know, this is technically a reality, right? We need the minerals to do the things that we want to do, right? And we need to do them. So in my mind, I think we just need to be aware of the things that we're having to get to do the things that we want to do, right? That are arguably and unquestionably better than the alternatives. But at least remind ourselves of the environmental impacts of those things as well, so that, you know, I don't know, so we can take it more seriously, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, in my mind, me personally, I'm something of a strict materialist in the sort of traditional sense, in that I value the earth and the sort of, you know, the raw resources that we extract from it, because I know that there's an impact pretty much everywhere, no matter what we're doing as humans. Oftentimes, it seems like that seems to be our thing, is in fact interacting with the earth. I'm certainly not saying that suddenly, because of this, we should stop fighting climate change. That is fucking stupid. Not even close to there. Not even close to there. We're offering to forgive war criminals in Africa if they mine for us. Yet, yeah, DRC comes to mind first, but there are some other ones too. There is, yeah. People north there, I want to say like Sudan. Alright, Degrowth says we don't need industry anymore. Just don't need it. Get rid of it. No more. Alright, let's go here. Oh, this is quite a story. This is something else. Alright, chat. And this almost got like the vibes of a Sunday Funday story. I figured I'd stick it in here. It's the weekend. Might as well have fun on Saturnday as well. Associated Press from a day ago. Cat travels nearly 900 miles from Wyoming to California. How he did it remains a mystery.
We've always traveled with our cats. That was always our intention when we got them as kittens.
So cute.
And but we've been, you know, shorter, just long weekends. Well, we thought we want to go to Yellowstone with them. When he felt that slack, he thought, oh, it's time to go. So he jumped out of the truck, but I still had the leash. So I figured, okay, I still got the leash. Well, the tightness of the leash on the collar broke the collar away when he landed.
Oh, no.
And when I saw that leash that collar come off, I screamed and I ran, and he went right for the woods. And
this is a heart-wrenching story. And we know how this ends, but it's just like, oh, this poor woman. Her cat leash broke in the middle of the fucking woods. That's not the place that you want that happening.
in my heart, I just could not lose hope. I could just not let it go. So even though that day when we left, I was crushed leaving without him. It felt so unnatural to leave without him.
I see why she was crushed. What are you doing? Stop pausing it.
Like, you just don't leave your kid. I mean, even though he's a cat, he's my baby. So my husband gets them to take a picture in the shelter and send it to him. And I'm still looking at it. Is it really him? And then we realize it's really him. And I just couldn't believe it.
It's fucking insane. It's like Homeward Bound. It's exactly like Homeward Bound. It is literally the fucking plot of Homeward Bound, okay? This cat. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the cat in Homeward Bound also a Siamese cat? I can't even remember now. It's been so long since I've seen the movie, but that's the perfect reference. Oh my god. This is just such a great story. We might have to do it again tomorrow with a Homeward Bound reference. I feel like now I need to do a clip with that in there. Oh, that's great. So good. 900 miles. How did the cat even figure that out? It is just... How? How? It doesn't make any sense. There's... Clearly this cat is like... some kind of... You know... 15th century adventurer. Something... I genuinely have no idea. You thought Homeward Bound was dogs? Homeward Bound was a dog and a cat. They were... Come on. Come on! He's smarter than your average bear. Yogi references. Ridiculous. People are crazy. The name of the cat was Sassy? The one from Homeward Bound. Yes, I think I recall that as well. I love how we've gotten onto a Homeward Bound tangent here suddenly. Alright, let's go to North Carolina, the Outer Banks, which we were talking about earlier this week, getting hit by torrential rain. I think they had 18 inches in day in like 24 hours. And It did not go super good. It has not been going super good for the area, especially the homes on the coastline. This WRAL Raleigh from a day ago with the story.
This morning, another home collapsed into the ocean near Rodanthe. Cape Hatteras National Seashore is again urging people to avoid that part of the beach. We've got WRAL's Nora Klein here for this story. Noah, this is the third...
Son of a bitch. Why is this happening every video? This has started happening to me all the time. And I have no explanation for it. And it's really starting to bug me. Like, I've reset my computer a bunch. And no, it still keeps happening. I feel like it's got to be some weird code YouTube put in.
Third home collapse this year.
Chris, it's also the 8th home over the past 4 years. Take a look. This is drone video we took in just about the last week or so before the home came down. You can see it was really already starting to crumble, even some debris going into the coast. I want to show you now the before and after. New pictures from the National Park Service show some of the aftermath. Here it is. The house, we should mention, was vacant. The National Park Service said a home nearby was damaged when the house collapsed this morning. A debris removal contractor is expected to begin cleaning up that site today. WRAL News reported just a few days ago this home was likely to come down from the combination of erosion, strong wind, and those king tides. Community members there had been helping clean up the damage that was already done. Septic tanks were cracked open along the coast, spilling raw sewage into the water. We spoke with the family.
Yeesh. You expect better quality from me? What led you to that conclusion? Uh-oh. Space police. I would say that's a little misguided. Expecting high quality from here? Come on. Yes, a stilt home fell into the water. That's right. And then 2 more.
Septic systems, wires, and broken concrete. Those are just some of the hazards the National Park Service is warning beachgoers about after 2 more homes collapsed into the ocean near Rodanthe. The first collapsed yesterday morning, damaging the second, which came down just after 9 last night. Both homes were vacant at the time. A woman who says she walks by those homes every day says this collapse has been a long time coming.
And the one on the end that fell in was actually leaning, and you could just see it start to lean a little more every time I came up here. I would always come up at the high tides in the morning and the evening. And on September 17th, I was up here and the water was coming in, the waves were coming in, it was hitting the underneath part of the house, and they're obviously up on pilings and real high off the water.
Yeah, if the water's that high. All the way up at the bottom of that house? My fucking god. Sheesh. Are the police at the door? No. Don't worry. We scared them away. My software has organized work stoppages. It would appear so. It would appear so. All right. 6 ABC Philadelphia from a day ago. 3 Mile Island is reopening its Unit 1 reactor in Pennsylvania. Why? Well, let's find out.
Well, the infamous Pennsylvania nuclear site known as 3 Mile Island is about to reopen. Constellation Energy announced today that it plans to restart that shutter.
Son of a bitch. And now my software is being a butt. Come on. I know you can't see. That's why we're stopped. So everything has come to a fucking halt. Suddenly. And unappreciatedly. Thankfully, we have cool stuff to look at while we're sitting here. There we go.
Well, the infamous Pennsylvania nuclear site known as 3 Mile Island is about to reopen. Constellation Energy announced today that it plans to restart that shuttered plant in Londonderry, the site of the worst nuclear reactor accident in American history. Constellation says it'll refurbish that reactor as part of a 20-year agreement with Microsoft to power that company's growing electricity needs. The plant.
Oh, there we go. We're gonna restart a nuclear reactor, not to make sure people get power at their homes or, you know, hospitals can pay lower energy prices. No. It's so that Microsoft can generate more power for their AI servers. That's why. That's why we need it. Okay, interesting choice. Alright, let's go here. Talk about something called vertical greening and how it might be able to help tackle heat islands in cities.
This structure was designed to help cool down hot cities. It's a vertical greening system called VERT. The idea is to create more shade using fast-growing climbing plants on these huge structures, all in hopes of tackling what are known as urban heat islands, or areas in the city that feel hotter than rural ones because of traffic and buildings.
VERT is basically a planting structure. It's a static structure which is keeping plants for a season.
Stefan Dietz helped design VERT.
This structure is, in a way, constructed like a street furniture. It's like a shelf that you put onto a place or on a street so the cars can still pass underneath, the bicycle can go underneath, people can still walk, but they can also sit and rest.
His design studio worked with the Frankfurt.
It's honestly a really cool sort of idea. You know, using, you know, architecture and, you know, innovation to create sort of quasi-natural spaces inside cities. These are the sorts of projects that I'm big into, not gonna lie.
Based Office for Microclimate Cultivation and the American Hardwood Export
What's the IKEA name?
Council to generate multiple designs for the structure.
That's a good question.
VERT
It does look like
is
it deserves an
American red oak,
IKEA
which is
name, doesn't it?
abundant and fast-growing. That's according to Carlotta Stoll, the office's co-founder.
Our main goal is to offer a solution with which we can bring back nature into cities really quickly and easily.
According to the EU's Environment Agency, nearly half of
Called the Wasserplappen.
schools and hospitals in European cities are in urban heat islands. It says that means vulnerable populations are being exposed to health-threatening temperatures as the impacts of climate change get worse. The newly designed piece is on display for this year's London Design Festival. The team says VERT has other benefits too. It's 25 different species of plants can boost biodiversity. They also reduce surface temperatures by releasing water to the surrounding air.
I think that was
It also
hops
helps
growing
sequester
there.
carbon
That's super
dioxide,
cool.
reducing the overall carbon footprint in urban areas. And Stoll said the structure's utility.
Yes, we need more beer. It's cool. I like it. Love to see those sort of things in cities around the world. All right. Let's go to, let's see, Peru. Yes. Oh, God. This story. Apparently Peru is experiencing serious wildfires right now, and the country has declared a state of emergency over said fires. This is Al Jazeera from 19 hours ago.
The Amazon is burning across South America. Thousands of hectares of wildlife consumed by the flames. In Peru, nearly every region has been affected. Firefighters are overwhelmed. They lack equipment to fight the blazes. People losing their animals and crops are desperately helping them. They say the situation is out of control.
We put the fires out, and the next day they ignite again. We are leaving because we are very tired.
The government has sent helicopters to drop water tanks on the worst affected spots. But President Dina Boluarte acknowledges the government is ill-equipped.
With everything we have, we're supporting to fight the fires. Perhaps we don't have enough to provide assistance at a national level because the logistics of our armed forces and police are really poor, and we have to recognize that.
Critics say Boluarte has done too little too late, calling for a state of emergency only on Wednesday. As she focused on political infighting, Congress denied her permission to go to the UN General Assembly next week, while the blazes continued to expand. Experts say wildfires are common this time of the year, but traditional practices of burning fields to prepare the land for the next harvest ignite the disaster cycle.
We do not have a culture of fire prevention because it does not exist. Many people believe that smoke generates rain, yet it's the other way around.
Smoke generates rain. Wow.
I don't want reality. Inhibits rain, and this happens every year, but it falls on deaf ears because the authorities are preoccupied with other things.
The Amazon is being destroyed.
Okay, so yeah, it's not great. And the fact is that South America, especially in the Amazonian region, is dealing with a lot of stuff like this. Let's go to Brazil, where they have been experiencing record drought and wildfires.
Achamos aqui
a close call for this ocelot cub, trapped in a wildfire in a rural area outside of Rio de Janeiro. Crews able to recover the spotted wildcat from a blaze as Brazil looks to manage a wildfire season unlike any other. While some animals have been lucky, others have not. The country is facing a prolonged drought, which combined with warm temperatures has seen discoveries of several freshwater dolphins lying on the shores of this Amazonian lake. She says last week we found one a day on average. The research group says the drought through the Amazon has restricted the habitat for the endangered species. And closer to the cities, fires and smoke have created a frenzy across several states. On Tuesday, the country's president allocated more than $127 million Canadian towards extinguishing efforts. President Lula says Brazil was not 100% prepared to take care of this wildfire season. The nation's energy regulator is also pushing forward a policy to push clocks forward to daylight saving time in an effort to conserve electricity. Shallow rivers, particularly in the Amazon, are not producing enough power. In neighboring Peru, more than 16 people have died from blazes. President Dina Boluarte issued a state of emergency in 3 regions, including its part of the Amazon. This as part of an attempt to move resources to the area. And in Bolivia, crops and livestock have been ravaged.
All right, let's go to this. As activists in the Amazon who are sick of watching this decided to do something. Let's look at this. Why are the Brazilians using Canadian money? It was global news, that's why. It wasn't... Brazil's not using Canadian money, from my understanding. But global news was just putting in context for their viewers. Greenpeace activists show a "Who Pays" sign on a dry... Okay, Greenpeace activists show a "Who Pays" sign on a dry Amazon riverbed. Good question. Who pays? Not fossil fuel companies. They're the ones who get paid.
Here we are asking, who is going to pay, for example, for this extreme climate event that is happening here in the Amazon? It's important that we say the most vulnerable and damaged populations, which are indigenous peoples, traditional peoples, fishermen, the people on the outskirts who live in the cities of the Amazon, are the ones who are paying the biggest price for this extreme climate event caused by the oil and gas industries.
Exactly, sir. Exactly right. Why is it Nightbot ignoring you? You know, Nightbot doesn't ignore people. There is a cooldown timer on Nightbot's chatbot function, which is a chat GPT token-based service. So it's using AI to give you responses, and that is on a 1 minute timer, I believe. So you can only ask it a question every 1 minute, I believe, or something like that. It might be slightly lower. I'd have to look at it. I just don't want... I don't know. I just feel like we've seen it get out of hand. When we had the timer down lower, we saw there were times where it got a little too much. A little too much Nightbot, not enough chat. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Let's go on across the pond to Britain, where they're building megatunnels to save the Green Revolution in the UK.
Do you know what we're here for?
Adrian Vixen raiding me. Hey, thank you for the raid, Adrian Vixen.
Southampton.
Is there a mod that can shout out for me right now? I'd really appreciate it. Welcome, Adrian Vixen chatters. Glad to see you all. We're just talking quickly a few environmental stories here. Deep into the stream right now, like 3 hours in. How was the stream, Adrian? How was it? You went all day. I feel like you went live at like 2 in the afternoon or something. Okay, what was I doing? Ah, yes. The megatunnels being built to save Britain's green revolution. I called it Britain. Britain.
Docks, where the ship-to-rail freight operation will tell you they need a national grid upgrade to get electric freight trains moving cleaner, better, faster. 800 miles north, Orkney, a tidal electricity generator. They want to build 10. No can do. The national grid can't take the green power. One end to the other of Britain. Same story of the great national grid bottleneck. So the response is underway.
Let's do the lift then.
Fighting against time to get our bills down. We were given clearance to go down into the London power tunnels. One scheme of scores across the UK. This project,
an anonymous
£1 billion
user gifted
over
1
7 years
subscriptions to the community.
Hey, thanks, an anonymous user. Whoever just gifted a community sub. Much appreciated. M8... I can't say that. Amachi? I have no idea what that username is, but you've gotten a tier 1 sub gifted to you by an anonymous gifter in the community. How mysterious. Who could have done it?
National Grid is spending $30 billion across Britain over the next 5 years.
Politicians talk of the urgent need to upgrade the national grid. Can sound a bit vague, but this is it in concrete, literally concrete terms. A 32-kilometre tunnel right across London. And that's necessary in part to deliver the green industrial revolution on a big scale and to keep your lights on.
So the grid under pressure as never before to deliver that.
We have to put it into context. You know, the grid was built in the 1960s, and predominantly the infrastructure in the UK is in the middle of the country with the generation in the north and then bringing the electricity down to the south. But there's not much infrastructure on the coast.
And that's because, if I'm not mistaken, much of Britain's energy in the past was produced by coal, which was found mostly in the north. And so at the time it made sense, but no longer.
The government has set a policy to have renewable energy like offshore wind, so we have to build the infrastructure now at an unprecedented scale.
It's like this. Once upon a time, coal-fired power stations near coal fields sent power north-south to our cities. All gone. Now it's east-west energy from North Sea wind farms to your home and workplace. The scale of things in the London tunnel is so big, engineers have bikes to get around.
Interesting.
The UK's most unlikely cycle route. But
No
across
kidding.
Britain, all this, of course, means building, a lot more building. And it means these pylons. A coming planning battlefield. Rural Essex, where the signs are already going up. To get North Sea wind power.
Yeah, you wouldn't want clean energy. Jeez, good God, what the fuck? Say no to clean energy. We didn't want that.
Rural Essex, where the signs are already going up. To get North Sea wind power from the Norfolk coast to London, they plan 510 pylons, 50 metres high, striding across this landscape. Some residents are not happy.
There'll be a pylon just in the ploughed field there.
By day, John Stacey farms 500 acres. By night, he pores over plans to put pylons across his land.
There'll be a pylon in the field between us and the main road, and there'll be one to my left here, and there'll be two further before it goes to my neighbour.
He wants the cables buried instead of pylons.
Overall, it'll...
They're called pylons. I think they're called something different in the United States, but yeah, apparently in the UK, it's what they call them. I'm trying to think of what they call them in the US.
Less of an impact long-term wise. Planning will be easier. There'll be no compensation needed in terms of financial compensation for loss of property values, things like that.
The very last thing the government wants is delay. But all this does point to the courts of potential judicial review, with leading campaigners insisting the cables should be buried, not pyloned.
Just because we've always done something doesn't mean it's the right way of doing it now. If you look at what the Germans are doing, they've taken a much more forward-thinking approach, and they're using new cables called HVDC, high voltage direct current. That means you can have a trench neatly through the countryside, no pylons, no visual destruction, no impact on tourism, less impact on farming. You could be farming at the end of the season once the cables are laid, and it's cheaper. And we know that's cheaper because 2 of the National Grid bodies have said so in reports of their own.
So yeah, I just looked it up. Pylon is the UK version of it, and in other places it's called a transmission tower. I'm not sure which one I like better, transmission tower or pylon. Pylon's certainly easier to spell and say. But apparently those tunnels are an important solution to sort of dealing with the pylon situation. A pylon is what happens when a streamer messes up on stream. Killing it.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Alright, let's go here to Italy, where the Italian government has already announced plans to allocate 20 million euros to flooded northern regions after Storm Boris swept through the swept through the area, leaving a great deal of destruction in its wake.
The Italian government announced plans to allocate 20 million euros to the region of Emilia-Romagna after flooding devastated the region. Italian Premier Giorgia Meloni said the money would be sent as soon as the region's declaration of a state of emergency reached the government. Heavy rain and flooding caused more than 1,000 people to be evacuated. Flooding has also affected other European countries like Poland and the Czech Republic. In the Kłodzko region of Poland, army and locals are clearing debris from the streets following the extreme weather. Work began in previously flooded cities in the Czech Republic to clean up streets and houses. Flooding in Europe reportedly caused 24 deaths, and the EU has promised billions in emergency repair funding.
Italy might be flooded with shit, but not as much as Jordan Peterson's head.
Climate and everything are the same word.
All right. All right, let's go here where Nigerian farmers are fearing another flood as Cameroon opens up dam. Not what they need. By the way, Bruno.
Walking through his rice paddies, Enoch Fatter is worried about the rising water level.
Buongiorno, StreamLord, and my court. Well, yes, the Galactic Space Fams. I don't know if it's a court, technically. Though I suppose I am a lord. But, quick reminder to anybody who may have recently signed up on Patreon, always make sure to check your messages for Galactic Proclamations.
The Nigerian farmer has barely slept, haunted by the devastating floods from 2 years ago, caused by Cameroon releasing water from the Lagdo Dam and the Benue River, which crosses both countries, bursting its banks. Today,
Son of a bitch, why must you do this to me?
Enoch, there's a repeat scenario.
It's almost covered with water again. So it got me confused again. Because of that, I didn't farm the rice this year the way I did the other time, because I was afraid of losing what I lost the other time, because the loss was huge.
Earlier this week, the Cameroon authorities announced the release of water from the Lagdo Dam. In neighboring Nigeria, which is already suffering deadly floods, farmers are worried that the situation could get worse. The destruction of farms by flooding could push up food prices at a time when the country is already facing a serious economic crisis. For this environmentalist, whose house was destroyed by the waters, the government must act.
All right, let's go to the last environmental story of the evening. Here's Associated Press from 17 hours ago. Scientists say melting Antarctic iceberg poses major sea level threat.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What we found is that Thwaites Glacier poses a grave threat for sea level rise, but probably not in the immediate future. It still poses a serious threat later in this century and especially in the next century. We've discovered a number of processes that have a big impact on how we will model the eventual demise of this large area of Antarctica. And that makes us quite concerned about how this is going to unfold and whether or not there's a moment in time where we need to be extra concerned in the not too distant future. Thwaites Glacier is huge. It's the size of the entire island of Britain or one of the US states, such as Florida. And with that kind of scale in area and also the thickness of the ice that's piled up behind the coastline, we've got a real threat of multiple meters of sea level rise from one area of Antarctica, one area.
Multiple meters. That sounds bad.
Antarctica that's already begun to change rapidly. So we knew that this was the place to watch, and we knew from the geography, having done some mapping of what the bedrock looks like underneath the ice, that this is a place that really could unload ice rapidly under the right conditions. And that's what we're working on, is trying to find out what those conditions are and what those conditions will be in the future.
That's not terrifying at all, of course. Everything's fine, everybody. All right. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still trying to get this channel up to 500 subscribers. We are getting closer. We're nearly 60% of the way there right now. I think we're only one shy of 300. So progress is being made, and it's all thanks to you people. Now, if you've done all those things, that is not only fantastic, but much appreciated by myself. But even with all that effort put in, I must implore you to consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon, as it is the main source of galactic income at this time, keeping the Galactic News Network alive. And thankfully, it's incredibly affordable. Just $3 US a month to not only gain access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, you also get the sense of self-satisfaction for having produced the show which you are enjoying right now. There's other ways to donate to the Galactic News Network if you are so interested in stuff like PayPal, Cash App, and also have Twitch monetized so you can get emotes and other cool shit over there, but still being repressed on YouTube, unfortunately. Alright chat, well enjoy this space break. I will be right back.
It's understood that the protection It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reductions we need to protect the planet. On behalf, my goodness, I'm so sorry. In the movies we get to do it over. And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil, there is a way forward. Thank you, President Duque, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society. The people on the front lines, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
it's time for the final half of the show. So, you know what that means. Time for you to get back in your seats so you don't miss any of the galactic content that's about to come your way. Let's go to... where are we starting here? Where are we starting? I almost got way ahead of myself. That's not where we're starting. It's very silly. Thank you, Monob. I am glad to be back. You were dancing? I'm glad you're dancing. You should be dancing. You should be dancing. This is a pretty great galactic beat right here. Not gonna lie. Might be a little biased. But, big fan. Alright. Time for that special time. Space news.
So is the Earth getting a second moon? Kinda. Starting later this month, a rare mini-moon is going to briefly orbit our planet and then go off on its way. Not all relationships can last forever, and this one has an expiration date, November 25th, according to scientists. So I know what you're thinking. What on earth is a mini-moon? We're going to let an expert explain.
A mini-moon is any asteroid that is temporarily captured by the Earth. So for this case, we're going to have a mini-moon for about 2 months as this asteroid makes one loop. And then once it's moved on, once it's no longer controlled by our own gravity, it will go back to being just a normal asteroid.
This asteroid, called 2024 PT5, is 33 feet long and...
Oh, it's tiny. It's like a little baby. It's a little baby moon.
Millions of years old, but was only recently discovered. The thing is, asteroids, especially small ones like this, are hard to spot in our night sky. Usually, they're dim and moving very fast. You'll really only be able to see this one, even when it...
You bastard.
When it gets close with professional equipment. And you may be wondering if this thing, the size of a small trailer home, is getting near enough to Earth that it will be redirected by our very gravity. Could it hit us? Scientists promise that won't happen.
This one is coming not even within the orbit of our normal regular-sized moon. And even if it did at 33 feet across, if it were to impact the Earth, it would blow up in our atmosphere. It would be a tremendous explosion. It would be roughly the equivalent of a nuclear bomb going off, but in our upper atmosphere.
We've actually had mini-moons before.
When you say it like that, it sounds worse than it is. Don't use the term nuclear bomb if you're trying to make something sound not bad. Just a free piece of advice.
In 2022 and in the 80s, but they're super rare, and now we'll get one more. For just 2 fleeting, glorious months, it will orbit around us. Not a honeymoon, just a mini-moon, and then...
Why didn't I notice it earlier? I'm doing a lot of stuff up here, okay? A lot of research for these shows that I do practically every day here of what's happening on Earth, you know, and so oftentimes I'm not staring out the windows in space, keeping track of rogue asteroids. I have computers for that, okay? They don't always work. Because we're not exactly rolling in dough over here. I'm not Jeff Bezos, okay?
Follow the rich white man.
Just some guy. All right. Now, there is the UN General Assembly happening in, I think it's New York. It's in the United States. I know that much. And so, let's talk about that. I know, what do you think to yourself, what are we doing? We're going back to the United States. I mean, yes. Yes, we are. Can't help it. Can't help it. Even when we talk global stuff, America's got to get involved. Let's go here to start it off here in the Associated Press from a day ago. A rare glimpse into security measures in place for the UN meeting of world leaders.
At the same time. Welcome to our Security Operations Center. We call this the Brain Center. This is where we receive information, we analyze the information, and then we disseminate the information to everyone. Yes. We do surveillance, we monitor alarms, our daily UNHQ operations, where we depend a lot.
I don't know. This is in America. What's up with that accent? What is she, from New Zealand? Seems like a security threat.
Illegal.
Just kidding.
Local, state, and federal host country counterparts. Sometimes we screen during the high-level period up to 22,000 delegate staff and non-UN entities per day. 22,000, that is a high number. We have over 1,400 cameras that we monitor daily.
Security Operations Officer, answer. Good afternoon. Can I help you?
I mean, we can't monitor all 1,400 at the same time. We rely on our officers outside also to call us if they see something, and then we'll zoom in on the camera on the situation and then report to our.
Okay, well, there's the high-level security operation happening at the UN General Assembly here. Hey, nice. That's a great emote to gigantify Don James. A worthy use of 25 bits. Much appreciated. A dancing giant Gary. Oh, it's glorious. Bask in the glory, chat. Let's go here. Talk a little more about the UN General Assembly.
The year's largest gathering of world leaders kicks off Tuesday in New York. The 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly will see leaders and ministers from all over the world hobnobbing, confabbing, gossiping, and, trying to bring about world peace through diplomacy. And this year, there are certainly a few obstacles in the way of that lofty goal. On this weekend episode of Reuters World News, our foreign policy correspondents will lay out the major crises facing the UN, what it can do about it, and how the U.S. election is looming over this event. I'm your host, Jonah Green. Every year, the Secretary General gives a press conference a few days before general debate begins, aka the big speeches. And at this year's press conference, the first question was about Lebanon.
That this event confirms that there is a serious risk of a dramatic escalation in Lebanon, and everything must be done to avoid that escalation.
Secretary General.
They got a few obstacles to sort out for peace? Yeah, no kidding. At least a few.
Antonio Guterres.
Like at least a dozen.
Speaking, of course, about the pagers and other devices exploding in the hands and pockets of Hezbollah members throughout the country, injuring thousands and killing dozens. The apparent brazen security breach by Israel's spy agency is yet another moment that risks a broader regional war spilling over. Exactly the kind of problem the UN was designed to prevent. But can it? Joining us now is Don Durfee, our U.S. foreign policy editor, Michelle Nichols, our UN bureau chief, and Humera Pamuk, our deputy U.S. foreign policy editor. Hi, all. Thanks for joining me today.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Hello. So I want to start by asking about the hot topics that will dominate this year, including what's happening right now in Lebanon and at Israel's northern border. But let me first take a step back and ask Michelle a question I'm sure she's gotten before. What is the United Nations General Assembly for?
So a lot of people ask that question every year, Jonah. So every
What is it all
September,
for?
world leaders travel to New York for the opening of the new session of the General Assembly. This year will be the 79th session of the UN General Assembly around the halls of the UN. It's known as UNGA. And there'll be 6 days of speeches by world leaders on pretty much anything and everything. And then obviously on the sidelines, a lot of meetings on global crises, a lot of bilateral meetings. People like to describe it as the diplomatic speed dating, a week of diplomatic speed dating.
Well, there we go. A week of diplomatic speed dating. Should be a fun time for all those leaders out there. You talk about those hot topics, like what do we do about that genocide happening? Which one, you ask? Well, good question. There are a couple. Yeah, I mean, there's Gaza, Lebanon, West Bank to talk about. There's Sudan, there's Myanmar, there's Russia, Ukraine, there's... I mean, what isn't there to talk about exactly? It'd be easier to maybe list the countries that are doing good. Now, I figure we would quickly talk about Haiti here. Gonna be talking about the United States still, for whatever reason. Seem to cannot be able to get rid of... Can't get rid of us, people. It's impossible.
Haitian immigrants have been the target of hateful comments and false claims by Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance many times in the last month. But a dark history lies behind these seemingly random attacks.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. This is what's happening in our country.
Over the years, Trump has made numerous inflammatory remarks about Haiti. Though seemingly arbitrary, this troubling rhetoric is reflective of the United States' historical antagonism toward Haiti. After a slave revolt overthrew its colonial French government and established Haiti as an independent state in 1804, the U.S. refused to recognize Haiti's independence for over a century, despite maintaining trade relations with the new nation. At times, the U.S. even supplied aid to put down the revolt and pursued a policy to isolate Haiti, fearing news of a successful slave rebellion could inspire the same to happen in the U.S., threatening its economic interests. In 1915, the U.S. violently invaded Haiti and introduced the corvée system, where the U.S. occupation used peasants for unpaid forced labor. Even after leaving, the U.S. continued to control Haiti's public finances, taking around 40% of Haiti's national income in so-called debt repayments to the U.S. and France. Compensation that was forcibly taken exclusively from former slaves for over a century, amounting to tens of billions in today's dollars. Then, in 1994, the U.S. led another intervention, reinstating an ousted president in what critics say was
illegal.
Was a politically motivated ploy favoring U.S. interests under the guise of a humanitarian effort, aiming to curb Haitian refugees and exert influence over regional dynamics. Years later, Haiti's catastrophic earthquake that killed 220,000 people and displaced millions in 2010, the U.S. failed to deliver on its promise of aid, further undermining the country's...
There's so many coups, TRT even forgot 2004. That's one of the big ones. Jean-Bertrand Aristide.
For recovery after suffering from political and economic instability. And under the Biden administration, thousands of refugees were forcibly sent back to Haiti, despite many of them being children that had never lived there, and despite the country's impoverished state. Today, Haiti's economy is in beyond critical condition, and many citizens have no option but to seek employment abroad. Enter Springfield, a struggling Midwestern industrial city that received an influx of Haitian immigrants, many of whom arrived under federally granted temporary work permissions. According to reports, Haitian immigrants joining Springfield's workforce have boosted the city's economy. Tragically, in August 2023, a Springfield student was killed in a fatal accident after a minivan driver by a Haitian immigrant hit a school bus. The deceased student's family feels that this tragedy is being exploited.
They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop.
Yet, Trump and Vance continue to push anti-migrant rhetoric and point to Haitian immigrants as the cause for strained social services and rising housing costs.
Illegal.
Okay. Just wanted to remind everybody, since we've been talking about Haiti so goddamn much, we were talking about global shit here, of some of America's footprint in the region. Alright, let's go to Navarra Media, discuss some stuff, including dystopia. Is it our future? Let's find out. Ow, that's my elbow. Oh, you bastard.
My name's Chal Ravens. I work at Navarra Media, and I am very pleased to be joined now by, I think, one of our greatest, most innovative filmmakers working in this country today. You probably know him from his amazing trilogy of documentaries about Amy Winehouse, Ayrton Senna, and Diego Maradona. One of his recent projects is a sort of close-up portrait of the final days of Roger Federer's tennis career. Shit. And his forthcoming film, a feature film called
Massive vape
2073, is a dystopian thriller. So, people of Bristol, please give a warm hand to Asif Kapadia.
Thank you. What an amazing event. I'm so happy to be here with all the people talking here and on this side, but also with Massive Attack and everyone who's over there. So thanks.
I'm sorry. I come back from grabbing another tea here. Wow, this is amazing. Soul Life, you're really taking this opportunity to tell Navarra to fix their chat? You really think somebody at Navarra is listening to this right now? What are you doing? Hey, look at that. A beautiful on-screen celebration of, what is that? What are those? Oakland Raiders logos, it would appear. Don James X. Appreciate the bits, pal. Really do. Okay, 2 distractions. Let's go back. Let's try this again. But seriously, I do understand the plight, Soul Life. I mean, really. The slow chat in Navarra, it's untenable.
Thank you. What an amazing event. I'm so happy to be here with all the people talking here and on this side, but also with Massive Attack and everyone who's over there. So thanks for having me. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, we're so happy to have you. So a bit of a clarification first. This talk is called 2073, Directing Dystopia. This film is not out yet, and it hasn't even had its premiere yet.
No.
So technically, I've been told that there's only so much that we're even allowed to know about it.
And no one's seen it yet, therefore, including you.
But I feel that in this tent, we've got quite a, the Navarra Zone at the Climate Action Accelerator. These are trustworthy people.
It's the perfect place.
You can tell them about the film. So what can we know?
It's. Oh God! Right. So the film I started about 4 years ago because it was during lockdown. I'm looking at what is going on in the world, and I'm thinking, am I going mad? It's like, what the fuck is going on? Is basically the subtitle for the film. So I don't know anything else other than making movies. So I thought I'd just start talking to people. I just start interviewing them, and I just start talking to them to figure out what are the issues. And I spoke to about 70 or 80 journalists around the world and activists, artists, musicians, all sorts of people saying, what do you think is happening right now in the world? And out of this sort of research, which could have led to nothing, I thought, if there's something there, I'll try and turn it into a film. And everyone kept coming back to the same feeling that there's something happening. We're not quite sure, but it's not good. And I was like, so what's different? And
yeah, it does seem to be sort of overwhelming, sort of sense, I think, in our society right now, that things are not as they should be. People look around them, see extreme inequality, an earth with just a myriad of climate problems, that many of which essentially we all have created together to some degree, but really a small handful of people have sort of dictated that to us. And all these other sorts of things going on, economically, I think there's a lot of reasons for these sorts of feelings of existential dread. Ooh, another gigantified emote. Is that Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? That's a classic. That's a well spent 25 bits, I must say.
Really, the common denominator kept coming back to tech and technology. There's something about the way tech is now a part of our lives that the whole world and all of these sort of authoritarians and all of this feeling of like we're in this kind of dystopian present, it's all happening at the same time everywhere, because it's almost like, as one journalist said to me from India, it's almost like all the kind of bad actors around the world are on a WhatsApp group saying, guess what I just did? And it worked. And they're like, I can do that too. And everyone's doing the same thing, whether it's in India, Brazil. Now, this started in 2020, but my feeling that wanting to make a film started with Brexit and what happened and what I was seeing on television and what journalists were saying and what politicians were saying and the lies. All of this just came to a head. Like I kept thinking, am I going mad? And really, that's what the film is. The film's about this, and it came down to three main things: kind of the breakdown of democracy, or the kind of attack on democracy, the rise of authoritarianism, the use of tech, and the destruction of the climate, all being the same thing globally.
Yeah, I forgot about AI and tech and all that too in there. That does also give, I think, anybody who wasn't feeling dread about the rest of the stuff I mentioned. That same sense of existential dread.
Is it a documentary? What is it?
So, and my background is in drama. My first few films were fiction films. I trained writing and directing drama. But then the films that I kind of got known for, Senna.
Okay, hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. It's a 30-minute talk about dystopian future or potentially present, but just thought this was an interesting conversation had. Something fun for the weekend, even though it's not Sunday. It technically is Sunday fun day for some people, so kind of sneaking in fun here and there.
Watching something rather than being told something.
I would love to know how you keep track of all of the ideas when you're working on it. I'm thinking it's a cork board,
Wait, sorry. I mean, this was the wrong spot. That's my bad. Aqua Teen Hunger Force makes you think of spaghetti pools? That's fair. No one's blaming you for that. It seems perfectly reasonable.
Tightly curated version, it's like the Beyonce documentary or something, but then she never gives an interview. How did that play out when you made your recent film about Roger Federer, who's also very alive, very present? Did you feel like the access was tightly controlled?
So I didn't meet him, actually. Someone shot this footage. It was never meant to come out, and people contacted me, so I treated that as archive. I didn't actually speak to them. I wasn't there when it was shot. And then I looked at it, and it was a slightly different film. It's a very small framing. It's only about 12 days in time, and it's about getting old. It's about your body not being able to do it anymore, and it's about the end of his career, really. So that was a slightly different film, yeah.
But do you then foresee that you won't be able to make the same type of sort of profile documentary as you've done before? Is that?
I don't know. I mean, that's why I wanted to change what I was doing myself with the new film, because it was like, well, what are we making? Why do I make films? What's the point? What are we trying to say? And it felt like there were bigger issues at play. And that's why the kind of 2073 film was about what's going on in the world and what small things can I do to try to make a difference, to kind of highlight certain issues, or to realize that this issue on the other side of the world is your problem. It's coming. You may not think it's your issue right now, but it's going to happen to you eventually, because the information or the surveillance or the tech that is being used against a group of people on the other side of the world, you're presently giving away. All it needs is a little shift in how power works, and then they can do the same thing to you. So,
absolutely. Do I mind posting a playlist of the videos I cover after this? That would be tough. That would be tough for multiple reasons, although I do understand your desire to do that. One thing I've been meaning to do is at least find a way to get the links like on the videos that I post, or like to be doing that better than I am, which is not at all. It's an interesting idea, but it would be tough. I'll try and think of something, perhaps. I do understand why you would want something like that. It's perfectly reasonable.
That became more important to me at this stage of my life, at the age that I'm at. Also because I've been making films long enough to kind of say, well, this is a gamble to do something like this, because the people that I'm talking about are the people, very, very, very rich, powerful people who control most of the media or control kind of systems of getting films out there. You know, so it's a kind of tricky subject matter. But I just like, well, I've got kids, I've got teenage kids. It's like, what are we leaving behind if we don't start talking about stuff now? And what's been amazing about this event is everyone's been talking about what's going on in the world right now, which is why I'm really happy to be here.
Working at Novara, we obviously have to, you know, we're in the business of reporting on and analysing what is actually happening in the world, so assuming that there is some kind of objective reality out there that we can talk about. This isn't a philosophy question.
I don't want reality.
What has making documentaries taught you about the nature of reality and how we actually understand, you know, our ways of communicating our stories to each other?
It's a bloody big question, isn't it? I mean, look, it's changed. Films are, I'm quite a slow filmmaker, so it can take me 5 years to make one film, or 4 years, and you know, that's the upside of people who make something, can quickly put it out on social media. They shot something in the morning, it can be out later on in the day. My way of looking at it is I try to make films over a longer period of time, and not to be like current as to what happened yesterday, but just to get more of a kind of feeling.
Okay. I couldn't remember all the spots that I wanted to hit in there. There were some more interesting spots that I recall being in there, but we gotta keep it moving. And we aren't done with Novara Media. In fact, still got some stuff to talk. This is about current news. Here's Novara Media from a few days ago, sort of detailing Labor's most recent sort of just a horrifying trend of bad media appearances. This was on Good Morning Britain, I believe.
Labour's polling is getting very bad very quickly. Last week, the governing party was on just 29% in the polls. Reminder, in June, they were polling 45%. And meanwhile, the government's approval rating is now minus 36, and 6 in 10 voters say Prime Minister Keir Starmer can't be trusted. And it's beginning to feel like poor media appearances are becoming the norm. Here's Labour Minister Angela Eagle earlier today on Good Morning Britain.
Back in 2017, you visited a retirement housing complex and said that one of the things that stood out for you was that residents were rightly angry about the Tory threat to take away the winter fuel allowance. How come you voted in the House of Commons then to take away the winter fuel allowance from 10 million pensioners?
Look, I mean, I voted to bring it in the first place when pensioners were in much more poverty when we came into government in 1997 than they
punish them
are
now?
We have we have a £22 billion hole in the public
Why do pensioners
finances.
have to pay for that?
Well, there'll be a series of things that we have to do to stabilise our economy and get it growing again. And I'm sure that the Chancellor will be talking about that in the forthcoming budget. I am at least satisfied that the pensions triple lock is remaining. That means pensions are going to rise by 2.5% by earnings or by inflation, whichever is the
even
highest.
for those who are going to get any increase in their pension, that doesn't come in until the spring. We spoke to Judith, who's in her 80s, therefore she loses because she's not eligible for pension.
Damn. Oh, God. She's got her receipts over here. Hey, you know, there's time between now and the spring. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's called fall and winter.
Credit. She is about to lose £300. And she's worried about the other things you might do to people like her. Let's have a listen.
Can I ask everybody to write to the Prime Minister and your MP and say, please...
Think again.
Think again. Please don't abolish the bus pass, because we rely on that. Please don't take away our single person's tax relief from council tax, because we don't deserve it. We deserve better.
Yeah.
Well, and I never thought a Labour government...
What you talking about?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, she's totally right. She's totally right. They don't deserve it. And Labour has come in to power here and essentially taken up the torch of the Tories. That's my estimation of it. I'm not a Brit. Maybe I miss some of the nuances of the politics, but it seems to me that Labour has won the election based upon saying the Tories were terrible. Came in and did all the stuff that people basically, aside from with the immigration thing, which is still kind of on hold. It doesn't sound to be completely dealt with, although they've at least scrapped the Rwanda policy, which was one of the biggest objections people had. But they've basically come in and taken up all the same policies that the Conservative government loved. Like all these sort of austerity policies they're getting into.
Would do that. Never.
Are you going to take away the single person's council tax discount?
I'm not in the Treasury. I don't know.
Oh, boy. That's not a good look. That is not a good look. Hold on.
Or home bargains. Also, at the beginning of that, yes, I voted to take away this benefit from most recipients. It's going down from 12 million to 2 million recipients. But 27 years ago, I voted for it, okay?
No.
27 years ago, you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
Pensioners have this or not. You can't say they shouldn't have it today, but they should have had it 27 years ago. Now, that wasn't the...
I voted for it then, I'm voting against it now. Pick one for yourself, okay? I can't be bothered to be nailed on a particular policy, thank you.
Appearance Angela Eagle had today. It turns out she was doing a media round. Maybe John Ashworth had to meet a man about a dog. Here's Eagle speaking to Times Radio.
Let's boil it down. Why shouldn't the Prime Minister, he earns 166 grand a year, why shouldn't he buy his own glasses?
Well, why don't you ask him?
Well, he's not here. You're here for the government.
Jesus.
He comes on here, we might try...
I am, but I'm afraid I'm not responsible.
This is incredibly tone deaf. This is such a bad look. Oh my God.
Decisions the Prime Minister makes.
You're not, but you have an opinion. But should he not buy his own glasses? You're wearing a pair of glasses now. You presumably paid for them yourself. I'm wearing a pair of glasses now. I paid for them myself. Why shouldn't the Prime Minister?
Well, the Prime Minister has had his say on that, and if you next time you interview him, you could ask him yourself. I don't have an opinion.
You must have an
on
opinion.
what the Prime Minister does in these instances.
What?
You don't have an opinion on it. You're in government. That is insane. This is the most political answer ever. I don't have an opinion on the Prime Minister. I've never had an opinion on any Prime Minister ever.
Well, you might have an opinion, because Angela Rayner had an opinion when Boris Johnson was getting money from donors. She tweeted, "What right does a man who complains he can't live on 150 grand a year and asks Tory donors to fund his luxury wallpaper habit, what right does he have to lecture someone trying to survive on £80 a week?" That's what Labour attacked Boris Johnson for doing. And now you've got someone
Which was totally
who
fair.
has a luxury glasses habit, who's taking money from pensioners. People are going to have an opinion on
Yeah,
that.
it does sound
Okay,
incredibly tone deaf. I need more Warby Parkers over here.
you rant.
Is that a rant? I'm asking a question. You're honestly saying that it's completely in your... No one's going to say to you in your constituency, why on earth is he and his wife getting free clothes and glasses, do you think?
Well, when I get back from Berlin and I go to my constituency at the weekend, I'll let you know.
Okay. And by the way, if a Tory cabinet minister said that during the wallpaper stuff, they would be dragged.
Yeah.
You've had your rant. Imagine Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, "You've had your rant."
Jacob Rees-Mogg. I can, in fact, imagine that. What's the problem with me having an incredibly high fox hunting budget? I don't understand what your people's problem is. God. Incredibly rude.
How rude.
Sure, they'll be received very well. Sure, nobody would dunk on him incessantly for such a tone-deaf sort of answer, you know? It's like, it's just so bad. Such a bad look. Alright, let's go on to talk about another country dealing with some bad looks. Here's France, where, if you haven't heard, Emmanuel Macron went around the new Popular Front. They had offered up a prime minister appointment. Instead, he put in a sort of like a center-right person. Instead, but if he does approve this cabinet here, which looks like he's going to, it would bring to an end 2.5 months of political uncertainty for the country, but would in fact start a new period of uncertainty. Let's go here.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned there, Gavin, announcement does appear to be imminent. Michel Barnier putting in phone calls to outgoing, incoming ministers that will form his, that will make up his new cabinet. Of course, on Friday evening, he submitted a final list of 38 names to President Emmanuel Macron. So this would bring to an end, it would seem, 2.5 months of political uncertainty. Now, one of the reasons for the hold-up in the announcement of that official list has been the fact that candidates need to be vetted.
How am I supposed to pay attention with people doing that in the background? That was fucking hilarious. Oh my god, that was so
Now,
French.
one of the reasons for the hold-up in the announcement of that official list has been the fact that candidates need to be vetted by what's called the High Authority for Transparency in Public Life. This is a body that exists, that has existed since 2014, whose role is to ensure that public figures don't have any conflicts of interest, that they've paid their taxes, for example. So this is all customary. Now, in terms of names that we've seen.
Okay, we don't need to discuss the names and the deep details and all this, but the period of uncertainty, which I suggested France is now entering into, is whether or not the new Popular Front will cast votes of no confidence due to the fact that Emmanuel Macron just went around democracy and completely went in the other direction of what voters had just gotten done voting over. Which would once again set everything back. Back to having to sort of hit the drawing board again. Maybe this will happen. Maybe Emmanuel Macron will have to rethink subverting democracy. We will see. Stay tuned. And I'll bring you the latest. Let's go here now to talk about escalations between Ukraine and Russia. Here's Euronews from 14 hours ago. With Ukraine launching over 100 drones into Russia. You're moving to France? Is that real, or
said over
are you just saying
Ukrainian drones were intercepted over Russia and occupied Crimea on Saturday, just as a Ukrainian drone was reportedly targeted and destroyed in the Kursk region a day earlier. An ammunition depot in the southwest Russian Krasnodar region caught fire in the attack, triggering explosions.
Jesus Christ.
Images provided by Astra show bright orange clouds and the sound of continuous detonations at the site. A major highway
Holy fuck. That is a huge explosion.
closed and evacuations took place following the attack, but no one was reported injured. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, at least 15 people were injured in a Russian attack on Kharkiv, and a rocket attack on Dnipro left several homes destroyed.
Jesus Christ.
Fighting
When
between
will
Russian
this
and
end?
Ukrainian forces also continues in Kursk, with
Civilians are, civilian casualties, I hate to be crass, but are literally just, piling up in this fucking conflict right now on both sides. Okay. Let's look at this. This is 19 hours ago. Blast rips through Putin's ammo depot, storing weapons from North Korea, sparking mushroom clouds. I think this is more detailed or better footage of what we just looked at. Watch out, family. Might be distressing. Jesus Christ.
Нормально все у нас? Да, здорово, все. Газуй. Уезжай. Окна целые у нас? Да, целые. Уезжай. Это уже снаряды, это сейчас все пойдет.
This is the moment apocalyptic explosions tore apart two massive Russian missile and ammunition storage depots. One arsenal at Tikhoretsk reportedly contained missiles and ammo supplied to Putin by North Korean despot Kim Jong-un. Mushroom clouds and igniting shells lit up the night sky at the facility in Krasnodar. Jesus. Are they swearing in Ukrainian? Is that why the bleeps are happening? Jesus Christ. When will the madness end? I'm sure Putin's real thrilled about losing those ammo depots. Philip Blair's on board with going to France. Okay, it looks like Donald, you got looks like you got a company for that France trip. Now, GeoDragon's making a good point about a completely unrelated subject to all this, but you can't vaccinate for bacteria. That is what antibiotics are for. Vaccinations are meant to deal with viruses. Two completely different approaches for two completely different sorts of diseases. All right. Let's go to Middle East here now. Let's start with this. Palestinians deprived of Israeli work permits turn to farming in the West Bank. At least I'm almost 100% positive this is in the West Bank. Because I don't believe there were any work permits for people in Gaza. Ever.
Mazen Abu Jaish is among the roughly 200,000 Palestinian residents of the occupied West Bank who had crossed daily into Israel to work. But that was before October 7th, 2023. In the wake of the Hamas attack on Israeli communities and the subsequent war in Gaza, Abu Jaish and hundreds of thousands like him lost their work permits. And faced with unemployment and no end in sight to the brutal war in Gaza, Abu Jaish has turned to these greenhouses to replace his lost income. In his village of Beit Jajan, with some fertile land and modest means available, Abu Jaish and a group of workers sought support from local authorities to launch an agricultural project in the area.
This will become more common. In the end, everyone is looking for a source of income and everyone is going to farm. This will create better economic conditions, but we need marketing, and the concerned parties are working on export.
I know the guy who's doing the voiceover for this sounds peppy and vibrant, but this guy looks like he hasn't slept for about a week.
And marketing it. This year, the produce has doubled compared to previous years.
The income is modest, but better than nothing, and it's benefited the area. Nasser Abu Jaish is the head of the Beit Jajan Village Council.
People started believing in farming again and working the land. People now are not only thinking of greenhouses, but also planting citrus trees.
And the thing is, this isn't the first story we've seen of people who are taking to farming right now because of, well, like, you know, there's been serious impositions posed on food security by Israel, not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And, you know, it's also a great way to say this is our land when they're in this sort of situation, I would say. Ugh, that felt a little libertarian to say out loud. Didn't like that feeling, but but you get what I'm saying. Like, literally putting these farms in the ground is sort of a symbolic way of saying, you know, this is ours, while also creating not just income but food for people, and just seems like a nice, sort of slightly positive story amidst all the shit that we're looking at. Are you booing me, Narwhal? That hurts. What did I do now? Why am I getting booed? What have I done? 67 likes. That's a crazy number of likes, but thanks for mentioning that, Sticks. Alright, let's go to here. This is from a day ago. Apparently, Israel had a hand in manufacturing the pagers that exploded in Lebanon. Interesting. I don't think anybody's too shocked to hear that. Oh, you're booing Libertarian Space Lord. That's fair. That is fair.
Sonic booms shaking buildings in the capital city of Lebanon and fighter jets flying overhead. Israeli defense forces saying they're striking Hezbollah targets in Beirut to degrade terrorist capabilities and infrastructure. The U.S. has designated Hezbollah a terror organization. The Israeli strikes come after multiple rockets were launched by Hezbollah today, killing at least 2 IDF soldiers, according to Israeli authorities. Those loud booms from Israel could be heard as Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah addressed the public, speaking after 2 days of deadly attacks on Lebanon. Thousands injured and dozens killed on Tuesday and Wednesday after walkie-talkies and pagers belonging to Hezbollah members exploded.
Everyone should consider
Not just Hezbollah members. Fucking ABC.
the fact that as of right now, they can no longer use their cell phone. They can no longer trust their laptop. They can no
Sounds like terrorism.
illegal trust anything that can receive or send an electronic signal.
Nasrallah calling the attacks a criminal act and a major terrorist operation, an act of genocide and massacre, saying it amounts to...
Wow, I can't believe ABC is even repeating those words. Oh my god, my faith has just been restored. I mean, I know that they were repeating somebody else's words, but the fact they would even do it. They're getting a very, very rare applause W for me. Oh my god.
Israel has yet to publicly claim responsibility, but sources confirmed to ABC News that Israel was in fact behind Tuesday's attack. An intel source confirming to ABC News that Israel had a hand in the actual manufacturing of the pagers involving shell companies. U.S. officials urging de-escalation from both sides.
There is a real problem.
Anybody shocked that Israel used a bunch of shady shell companies to create an illusion here to do this? I mean, I am at the point of never being shocked by anything Israel does at this point. I'm sorry, did anybody want to hear what Anthony Blinken had to say? I assumed that we were all good there. I think we actually listened to that speech, or at least part of it. Alright, now let's go to the UN Security Council. A place that I have been talking about ever since this fucking attack happened. Granted, we've also talked about it before, over the last 7 months, but, with this recent attack on Lebanon, which is, I believe, also a member of the United Nations Security Council, well, it felt like a good time to talk about Israel's role in this, considering recent events. Let's hear what was said here.
The meeting was called in response to the detonation of Hezbollah's communications devices across Lebanon this week, what Human Rights Chief Volker Turk said constituted a violation of international law.
These attacks represent a new development in warfare, where communication tools become weapons, simultaneously exploding across marketplaces, on street corners, and in homes as daily life unfolds. Authorities have reportedly dismantled unexploded devices in universities, banks, and hospitals. This has unleashed widespread fear, panic, and horror among people in Lebanon.
Civilians were among the 37 dead and more than 3,000 wounded. Lebanon blamed Israel and demanded the Security Council call out the perpetrators and condemn the attacks.
Isn't this terrorism when you target a whole population in their cities, streets, markets, shops, homes, while they tend to their daily life?
Israel did not claim responsibility, however, and blamed Hezbollah for the cross-border escalation of rocket attacks, which have displaced tens of thousands of civilians on both sides.
If Hezbollah does not retreat from our border and back to the north of the Litani River through diplomatic efforts, Israel will be left with no choice but to use any means within our rights to defend our citizens.
Well, you're doing something that's definitely outside of your rights, so got a problem here with verbiage, sort of, word choice, if you will.
And enable the evacuees of the north to return to their homes.
The United States called for calm.
It is imperative.
How good.
Even as facts emerge about the latest incidents, in which, I reiterate, the United States played no role, all parties refrained from any actions which could plunge the region into a devastating war.
I love how this act of terrorism is so heinous that the United States government, after everything they've fucking seen, is steadfastly reminding everybody, just so you all remember, we were not involved at all. Write that down, everybody.
This was the fourth meeting on the situation in the Middle East called by the Security Council this week. Council members and UN officials alike have expressed concern about a widening war that ultimately will lead to the deaths of more civilians and undermine international law.
Illegal.
All right, let's go directly to more of these speeches here. This is Lebanon and Israel's, at least pieces of their speech.
President, thank you for the opportunity to brief the
activities are often أليس هذا الإرهاب بعينه عندما يتم استهداف شعب بكامله
Isn't this terrorism when you target a whole
وشوارعه
population?
وأسواقه ومحلاته وبيوته وهم يقضون احتياجاتهم
In their cities, streets, markets,
ولا
shops, homes, while they
يقاتلون
tend
على
to their daily
الجبهات
life while they are not fighting on the front?
يكفي لفهم ما حصل
How do you
أن
not
نتأمل
understand?
بهوية الضحايا فأصبح المطلوب اليوم
How do you not understand what happened? It is not
وإعاقة
enough to
الشعب
look into the
اللبناني تحت
identity of the
رقاب
victims.
جماعي
Are we seeking
ومن حقنا أن
today
نسأل
the
أليس هذا
annihilation of
السيناريو
the
الذي
Lebanese
صرح
people?
به كبار
It is
المسؤولين
collective
الإسرائيليين
punishment. It is our
نظرا
right to
لبشاعة ما
ask.
حصل
Isn't
في
this
هذه
the
الصور
scenario that was stated by senior Israeli officials? Jesus Christ.
سأعتذر
Look at the ugliness of what has happened in this
عن
picture.
هذه الصورة
I apologize for this picture.
Minister Abdallah Abu Habib, Your Excellency, you have allowed...
How ironic is that this man feels that he needs to apologize for the horrors caused by Israel, that he's just, just showing us. He just got a picture showing us what happened. And he's, he's got more dignity than Israel does.
Minister Abdallah Abu Habib,
What was in
Your
that?
Excellency,
What was in that
you have
picture?
allowed...
You couldn't tell? Oh God. That picture was a stump. That was someone's arm. It used to be someone's arm, and that was basically what was left of the end of it. There's a little bit of hand left. I might have seen a couple of finger stumps in there, but that was a bloody and mangled human arm.
a terrorist organization to create a state within your state, bringing ruin to your own people. Instead of blaming us, your peaceful neighbors, you should take action now to restrain Hezbollah and avoid greater escalation.
Wow. So it's Hezbollah's fault that Israel just committed a terrorist attack. You hear that? Hezbollah did it. Not Israel.
Aren't I a good guy?
Okay, here's the latest death toll in Gaza, Israel-Hamas war. Oh, sorry, I was reading a title. That was triggering to some people, including myself. Strike on Gaza school kills at least 22. This is Channel 4 News from 11 hours ago. Every day, 24 people dead in Gaza. It's like a Lebanese phone massacre.
A corridor
every day.
strewn with debris leading to a classroom, desks and chairs which somehow survived the blast. A child's bike poking out from the rubble. The colourful wall mural, a poignant backdrop for those surveying the devastation. Gaza's health ministry says the Israeli strike killed 22, including 13 children, 6 women and a 3-month-old baby, who are among the displaced people using the school as a shelter.
The women were sitting with their children in the playground of the school. The kids were playing and suddenly 2 rockets hit them.
I couldn't take it. I didn't see a single man injured. It was all women and children. All women and children.
Israeli Defense Forces, who've just issued this footage of their soldiers in another part of Gaza, claim Hamas fighters regularly use schools, hospitals and aid facilities as cover for their operations, something which Hamas continues to deny. Today's
Wow. Channel 4 and ABC are both doing weird stuff today for them. ABC recognized that this might be a terrorist attack, and Channel 4 News, incredibly shockingly, just recognized that maybe Israel's making shit up about the human shields. I mean, it's taken them long enough. They have plenty of footage to go through. There's not a lot of, I don't know, video evidence of these supposed human shields. But hey, they finally gotten here with us a year later. Here's a video from the Associated Press from 14 hours ago. Lebanon's interior minister says the situation is critical as Israel and Hezbollah trade fire. Interesting way to frame that, Associated Press.
بعد الصوت الأول ما طلع. الوضع الأمني اليوم خطير.
The security situation today is dangerous and critical, and it is necessary for all security agencies in Lebanon to closely monitor the Israeli operations taking place around Lebanon. The operations happening around Beirut, which coincide with major operations in southern Lebanon. What is required of the security and military forces, and what they will do, is to closely monitor any suspicious movement, any movement that could arouse suspicion. Well, I don't think any suspicious movement happened on this most recent attack, but it does seem like this situation is just heading to all-out war. What is happening with these aggressions, especially targeting civilians without any discrimination, is a clear war crime. It is good that yesterday the officials in the United Nations, especially the one responsible for humanitarian affairs, also mentioned this. The press is catching on just as Al Jazeera is being kicked out of Israel. Just as? No. It took them a good 5 months after that happened. Didn't Al Jazeera get kicked out of Israel in like March? I feel like it was like 6 months ago. I could have sworn. But they're catching up now. Let's go here. This is from earlier tonight, 6 hours ago. Associated Press. Explosions light up night sky in southern Lebanon. Those have got to be fucking huge for it to light up the sky like that. That must be miles away. Jesus Christ. Oh, they're all over the place. They're going across the entire horizon from this vantage point. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to mention, that was our second to last video. So sorry, chat. Usually...
last year alone,
hey, is that... Wait.
Congress has...
Usually I give you a round of applause. And I didn't. And for that, I'm sorry. But here it is now. Great job getting here this far. Whoa, no, I do not want to do that. Oh my god, that was a near disaster. Alright, now let's watch the final video here. This was Bernie Sanders in Congress from a couple of days ago. Reposted to the Bernie Sanders YouTube channel yesterday.
In the last year alone, Congress has voted to send more than $10 billion in American taxpayer dollars to the extremist Israeli government to buy more of the bombs and more of the weapons they are using to wage war against the Palestinian people. Madam President, enough is enough. U.S. complicity in this horrific war must end.
Immediately, if not
With a group of colleagues, I will soon be introducing a number of joint resolutions of disapproval, which would block some $20 billion in new arms sales to Israel. Resolutions of disapproval are the only tool Congress has to block arms sales which are inconsistent with established U.S. and international law.
Illegal.
The Senate will vote on these measures.
Unfortunately, they did not block that aid, I don't believe. You have to look that up again later. Don't hold me to that one. Well, we've gotten through another stream. It was a pleasure, chat, and I hope you enjoyed. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoeb, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jan, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You too can help produce the show while also becoming just a little bit more galactic. Click that link in chat or my bio. Take you right there. Well, that's probably enough ones to engage the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Bloop, there we are at the pool. What is this? Sacre bleu. Qu'est-ce que c'est? That's not even what I wanted to click. Sorry, chat. This is ridiculous. That is not what I was... Ah, it's too late night. It's too late night for that. We need this. Juan. Alessandro.